Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, October the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you very much, guys. All right. Well, obviously, Meta. Meta was 300, I think 382 or $392 about a year ago. $100 now. So I always talk about how a large cap stock like a Meta can't move very much unless, well, here's another unless. 22% down with 2.2 billion at the float, flirting with that 100 now. Wow. One big wow. But the market's shrugging that one off. I guess all the major tech damage was done yesterday with Google and Microsoft. And the market's rallying now. I guess, I don't know, the GDP numbers came out, plus 2.2 point something percent. Whatever, market's rallying a little bit right now. Give me a moment, please. Just want to adjust one thing on my other monitor. Okay, so what else is happening? Yeah, I mean that AGFS. I mean they say they're looking at taking private after agreeing to pursue a $3 share buyout. So I don't know what this is going to do now. KZIA. We're starting to see more of this sort of stuff, guys. It sort of creeps up on you. This is preclinical stuff. We're starting to see more and more preclinical trial. I guess not even a trial. I don't know what the strict definition of preclinical, like how you go from preclinical to phase one, but at any rate, it's before phase one. We're starting to see, at least I'm starting to see more and more of these little bios starting to talk about preclinical stuff, and that is popping the stock. Tech, TECK. This is an earnings play. Little gap down for tech on earnings. Let me just get that toolbar just a little bit up here. There we go. Okay, guys, just give me a moment as I make a slight adjustment here to something. I've gone away from my docking just to see if that helps improve my computer's performance. It definitely has. Not as neat, but I'll take this over my the performance I was getting. Just give me a moment. Okay, there we go. A little bit of house cleaning. Okay, so tech. Wolf is a big one. Wolf is a big gap down. Big percentage gap down, at least it was. Yeah, 27%. Wolf is another earnings play. Look at this gap down for Wolf, WOLF. Man, no idea what you're talking about, Joel. No idea. Now is another earnings play. This is a big gap up on earnings. NOW. Whoops. NOW. NO. Yeah, that is a bug or something going on. Anyway, NOW, big earnings. Look at this, 14%, 200 million in the float. So that's a big gap up for that size of float. NOW. For those of you, I know most of you are probably looking to short these pops. ALGN. ALGN is a gap, another earnings play, gap down on earnings. ALGN. Big gap down, 18% down on earnings. Another expensive one. Sleep Number, SNBR, another gap down on earnings. That's a big gap down, guys. Look at this, taking away all of this. What's the position in lifetime range? 8.5%. Whew. ESHA, the one from a couple of days ago, guys, it popped up. So they've done a financing now at, I think it was at $2. $2? Yeah, $2 financing. This is one tech, kind of a tech stock that actually is popping up. TDoc, earnings play. This didn't have very much volume. TIGO, what caught my eye though, it was at an all-time low when I saw it. TIGO, yeah, not a lot of volume. It is an earnings play. And you can see the result, but this is an all-time low now for TIGO. AIMC. When I woke up this morning, my eyes a little bit blurry, 4 o'clock in the morning, my time. And I saw right at the top was I thought it said AMC at $59. And I go, what? But it was AIMC. Anyway, AIMC is a buyout, as is User. User popped up also. User is a potential buyout. Yeah, agreeing to a $1.3 billion sale. Okay, so that is a buyout. User and AIMC are buyouts. $62, so it's a little bit below the acquiring price. Yes, let's keep an eye on EPIX from yesterday. Um, yeah, I mean, it still has to get through that 200-day moving average. Saw this CDIO. This looks like I don't really remember seeing this one. Yeah, can't remember. I don't recall seeing this one launching yesterday as an IPO. So I don't know if this is a symbol name change or an uplisting. Yeah, so I don't know the deal on CDIO. I don't recall seeing it yesterday at all. Okay, here we go. Holding to list on NASDAQ. Oh, so it's a business combination. Okay, so another one, Bleak. So KZIO, sorry, KZIA. They're an Australian company, 11 million in the float. Preclinical, like preclinical. Anyway, guys, take a look at all the earnings plays we've got. If you have my pre-market actives up and down, all you have to do is double left click on the earnings date column, okay? And then scroll down until you see here all the earnings plays today so far. A user actually is an earnings play, but we discount that. So anything that says 0.25 means it released earnings pre-market. And if it says minus 0.25, it means they released after hours. Okay. CCJ is an earnings play. This has been an up. Boy, this has been nice. Uranium stock, uranium. So through the 200-day yesterday. So this is an earnings play for CCJ. And then on the flip side, here are all the other earnings plays on the ones that are moving down. So you can always sort on that earnings date column and just scroll until you see the 0.25 or minus 0.25. And then if you see something you like, if it's an earnings, company that you either A, follow or you just, have an interest in, that's how you can zero in quickly on the earnings plays. And there's Meta. Wow, underneath 100 now. This is what I was saying. I mean, look at a monthly chart for Meta. Right up here, there is your high, 384. I think that's about 13 months ago. So about a year ago, this was a $384 stock, under $100 now. Wow. Wow. Well, I'm sure MySpace, if you guys remember MySpace, I'm sure they thought they would last forever also when they first came out. Yeah, just go to my homepage. Question is, do I mind sharing it? No, I don't mind at all. Here's my homepage link. Okay, just click on it. And when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. One of these sections are my scans. Okay, pre-market actives up and down. There they are. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Zach. Yahoo was king before Google. I'm sure nobody thought. I mean, did you Yahoo today or whatever the heck they used to say? You know, Yeah, CMA. I did see CM. I hate that symbol. CMCSA. There it is, right here. CMCSA. Comcast. It's an earnings play. Yes. So you can just keep a track of, what are the interesting earnings. There's WDC, Western Digital. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. This is from briefing.com. All right, we have a little list of upgrades. We have a bigger list of downgrades. See how many downgrades there are for Meta. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Now I'll get the downgrades in now. I'm here in Peloton, PTON in my gap up. Text to voice, Peloton and NLY. Popping up a little bit here. Yeah, I see 3 downgrades. I'm sure there are many more, but I see 3 downgrades for Meta, Morgan Stanley, KeyBank, Cowen. I'm sure there are many more out there. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Wow, 98, 97 now from Meta. So Peloton, what does Peloton do and why? PTON? Any all right, little earnings play, not a little one, but NLY, not very much volume yet. They released earnings pre-market, or right, I guess they must have just released. So this is having a bit of a pop. This got some room. I mean, look at this. NLY's got some. Oh, this is a monthly chart. Ah, thought it was a daily chart. Let me get back to my daily chart. So it has a little bit of room, guys. I mean, on the daily chart, yeah, not really. 1873 looks like the high right here. So it's at 1856. If it can break through, though, this 1870 odd mark, I mean, it's got some room. NLY. Yeah, users a buyout, Roger. Yeah, as Denver Thomas posting. As is AIMC. Hertz is an earnings play. HTZ. Bit of a choppy one this morning. Got down to what, 1776, almost a $2 pop from the low. So Hertz is an earnings play. Car rental demand for car rental cars stays strong, and constrained production from automakers. Okay, give me one moment, please. Just looking to see if anything is kind of popping in here. Well, rum's been on a nice little move, guys. Got to admit, off that bottom down here. Remember, this was a $17 stock. We got all the way down to six something, but rum's been on a bit of a tear, I guess, last couple of days. RUM. I know Shell is an earnings place. Shell, also nice gap up for it. Very spotty looking. You can tell it's a foreign company on the with this daily chart. All these little gap up and down. SLI. Let's see, SLI. Mike in our YouTube room. SLI on the move here. Yeah. Not an earnings play. See if there's any news on it. Trading higher after the company announced it successfully commissioned its first direct hydroxide conversion pilot plant. Okay. Another earnings play is Stanley Black and Decker. Actually gapping down on earnings. Not very much volume yet. Boy, look at Meta. Boy, take out that 100 and 24% now. Wow. Well, I didn't read the earnings. I don't really read, but obviously, I don't know. Maybe they guided poorly. I don't know. I'm talking about Wolf. Morgan Stanley cuts price their target to 88. Well, it's already below that from 106. And that's the reason. All you got to do really is just read. I'm not picking on you, North, but you can see right here, Wolfspeed shares are trading lower after the company issued QT sales guidance below estimates. So there's your reason. What have you done for me? It's okay, have a good quarter, but what are you going to do for me in the next quarter? Well, I mean, we've got a short float here. I mean, so our provider, this is from our provider, okay? So if you have our single stock window, but one of the columns you can just add is the short float percent. Okay, Div. Question was, where can you find short interest for a stock? So, I mean, if you didn't want to have the single stock window, I love the single stock window. At a glance, gives me the information I'm looking for. This is what I like to see. Of course, these are just filters. You can add whatever filters you want, but there's the short float right there. But you could add that as a column to every single top list window or alert window, and you'd get the number if you wanted to. So, for instance, right here, I've got that right here. So if I want to find out the stocks that have the most, I mean, somebody said yesterday, how can Bed Bath and Beyond be 105% short interest? Well, naked shorts, things like that. But forget about that one. But here's look at Revolve. 31%. FWBI, Mara. So Bitcoin's still on a wow. Bitcoin is on a tear now, isn't it? Ooh, Dice. Now I had this Dice. This is a level. Now I don't know. It's no volume. No volume yet. Yeah, Credit Suisse is another earnings play. Look at this. Big, well, it used to be a big bank. Excuse me. We don't have a short float. We have no short float information on them. Two billion in the float though. We have no, for whatever reason, we have no short float information, percent information. Whoa, 925. Let me quickly check the sector to see what's happening. All right, so we're in for a positive open. You can see right, the SPY's up 1.5 points. But what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. I always like to focus on energy first. There's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make it up. So when you see 100%, what does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close, okay? So I look at tech, 72%, communication, 77%, etc. So right now, energy, as we speak, is the place to be. But of course, that can all change once the market opens. See if these stocks actually start moving from their open higher, or did they start drift down? So there's really no weak sector, not really any weak sector. I mean, the weakest one, you want to call it the weakest one at 67% is healthcare. Okay. All right, guys. Well, we're 3 minutes or so from the open. Just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in. So Mara, let's say Mara. So actually, Mara is interesting. I mean, it got up to 15.7. Look at the 200-day moving average for Mara. It's hanging right above it. It almost got right to it. What is it? Got up to 15.62, and the 200-day moving average is 16.14. So important level for obviously for this to take out. This BIPO, where's that? Wow, that's way below the 200-day. Wow, look how choppy Hertz has been, guys. I mean, my goodness. I mean, this was right up here. That was a nice big solid green candle at 1974, and then the big sell-off. This is an earnings play for Hertz, HTZ. So NLY is having quite a day right now, guys. Earnings play, not very much volume yet. Big float, almost half a billion in the float. Gets through that 1882, and it's got some room. But again, with that float, how much more can it go? The volume, well, the volume is non-existent right now, but I'm sure it's going to pick up, of course. All right, less than a minute. Thank you, William. Less than a minute to go until the market opens. So I will get rid of this. And I think I kept one from yesterday. I still have that V-Ray. Not just from yesterday. I can't remember when I took this trade. This is in the simulator. I think it was at least probably 3 or 4 days ago. Might have been even last week, last Friday. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And I say this every day. If I were a new trader, I wouldn't trade in the first half hour. I would try to let things settle down a little bit. Things are very whippy. Certainly in the first 15 minutes, you'll see, well, this is an exaggeration maybe, but you'll see stocks like Hertz, like big topping tails, bottoming tails. Look at this one. I mean, DTSS, somebody mentioned it, big topping tail up here. This is pre-market, but 220 all the way back down to 180, very, very volatile when the market opens. Is NLY a reverse split today? Where do you see that NLY is a reverse split today? Maybe it was before. I don't see that information regarding NLY. Oh, about 2 weeks ago. Okay. Shop is an earnings play, guys. Shop is an earnings play. This is having a decent start anyway. Shop is an earnings play. Yeah, you might be. Yeah, his user again is a buyout. You say the price, $1.3 billion deal, offer is 750 a share. So it's a little bit above that right now. It's actually also an earnings play. Ooh, Meta keeps. William, you're long. So energy, guys. Remember we were looked at energy in the sector status, strong sector. This is an earnings play, Patterson, PTEN. This has been a super active stock in the past. Chopping around all. But anyway, this is an earnings play, PTEN, and what do we got here? Yeah, the next high. Wow. Next high is about $1 away for PTEN. So there's Riot. So that is a little bit below the 200-day moving average, as opposed to Mara, which is trying to get into it. So this has some room to go for big Bitcoin play, of course. Sort of keeping an eye on Shady Sober, see if it takes out 4 again. Did its thing again yesterday. Could not maintain the highs. All right, Hertz, have you picked a direction yet? Like for real? Shop continues, guys. Do not take it. Okay, it's too early for me, but shop continues here. All right, View's got a little bit of room, not an earnings play. See if there's any, raises $200 million in convertible senior notes. So they've raised some money. That is View. And looks like the next high looking left is around 165. So there is some room for this to move. Whoa, Form is an earnings play. Form is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. I guess the volume was too light. But Form is an earnings play underneath 21 now, the whole number. Not an all-time low, but can't really see any support, near-term support anyway. Well, shop just continued, guys. Yeah, so it's got couple of highs on the daily chart for View. at 133. It's right there. Okay, popped above that a little bit, and then again, it's got some room to the 162 level, and that is for view. So what's the market doing? So the wow, market's big pop up, huge disconnect right now. Look at the Dow is up huge. Nas is basically flat. So there's a big disconnect. Of course, Nas is being dragged down by Facebook or Meta. Hmm. Excuse me a moment, please. Hey guys, back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, View's got a little bit of room, guys, on a percentage basis. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 162, but it does have some room. Time is right now 9:38, so another 7 minutes. I don't like taking trades in the first 15, but American. I actually saw that JetBlue had earnings this morning. JetBlue, you mentioned American, Zach. JetBlue had earnings this morning. You know, a good reaction, of course, but what's the highs over here around $8? So, well, let's take a look at jets. Let's take a look if a jet is moving, then most of the airline should be moving. Yeah, I mean jets, you got it. Yeah, I mean it's crawling off the bottom. It's the ETF for the airline industry. All right. Well, William, you're being rewarded a little bit here from Meta. Maybe Meta takes out 100 again. Not again, but once this market opened at 9:30. So big bounce. Yeah, big bounce for Wolf. There's View, guys. View very close to that high over here. Now look, if it takes that high out, 162, the next high is way up here at 193. Big float, 143 million in the float. That's a big percentage move. Hey, remember PCVX? I was watching this all day yesterday for a potential short. Getting wow, look at it now. Remember the financing's at 32. It had a great day yesterday off that financing news. A little surprising. But maybe now reality is setting in a little bit. No, this was not shortable for me. NRBO was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Look at it's still a little early for me, but boy, PCVX looks like it's really starting to give it up. Getting closer, well, a $32 pricing financing that they did yesterday. Well, guys, the view is just on fire here. Look at the volume coming in, 163 times normal. This thing doesn't trade very often, or that much. I shouldn't say that. I mean, it trades every day, but not much, because that 3.9 million represents 164 times normal up to this point of the day. So it doesn't usually trade that much early on. So again, if you're a little less conservative than I am, you may have taken this one. I thought about it. I actually thought about it when it took out the pre-market high, but I sort of have to stick to my rules to a certain extent. Yeah, I mean, view is right at the top here. When already was won 2 races. Boy, the MCLD looks interesting too. If all this weren't here, imagine if the next high was 2 instead of all this little area right there, which is at even there's 142. I mean, there's some room for this one, I guess. MCLD. Just trying to see. It's not an earnings play. Okay, here we go. McLeod and Google Cloud partnered to launch a trio. Okay, so partner, throwing that word around pretty liberally, probably. But anyway, it's an eye-catching headline. That's the reason. And right on, yeah, you're right. Wolf got halted. Oh, sorry, it resumed. It got halted, and now it's resuming. Well, let's see what it does. I mean, there it is. Well, it's far enough away. There's a 200-day moving average at 93. What a bounce though. All right, guys, keep an eye on Shady Sober. You know, if it can maintain 4 today. Wow, Forum continued down to 2051, but man, I wish this weren't here on this MCLD. I wish all this stuff on the daily chart from about a week and a half ago wasn't there, and it was more of a clean shot right to that 2 level. All right, Meta at 100 now, just a tad over 100. And to rally a little bit, still down 22%. All right, INMD is an earnings play, Israeli stock. This has been super active in the past. A high looks like around 36.44. If it can take that out, then you've got 36.83 and, fantasy area up here around 38. So it has some room, I guess. It's been whippy. Look at that bottoming tail down to 33. That's what you got to worry about. Yeah, as I said before, if you're a little more, if you're not as conservative as I am, you took the view almost right from the beginning on that move. Yeah, I mean, it's coming into maybe a resistance area if you're in it. 162, what did it get up to? Got up to 158. So within 4 cents of that high. If they can take that high out, boy, I mean, $2 is looming. There's the 200-day. That would probably be the where it could stall. Keep an eye on the Sober, guys. Sober is now over 4 again. I know if Shady is in the room, I'm sure he's loving that. Well, okay, look at the SPY now, guys. See if put this in some kind of perspective, though. Yeah, maybe keep it there. So if the SPY's putting in a red candle. Second 15-minute candle is red so far. I mean, I just can't take these. But look at this, McLeod. An old series. McLeod. Well, we got a couple of winners right there. I mean, there's McLeod won a race. View, of course. What is View doing now? Oh, here's a classic. Look at this DTSS. We were just talking about it about 15 minutes ago. So this is what it did at night. This is the 9:15 candle. Got all the way up to 220. And now look at it. Negative. Not shortable for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. So could not take advantage of that. Lots of volume. I mean, look at the news. I mean, it looks awesome, doesn't it? For a little company, 9 million in the float, $20 million sales agreement. Yeah, your bias has, well, I shouldn't say has to be, but I mean, any of these stocks that just pop on earnings, unless there's maintained like huge strength, I mean, and especially if the market is moving down, these are ripe for shorting. There's another one, HTCR showing up. Volume, it's just sneaking in now because my volume minimum here is 200,000 shares. So that's why it wouldn't show up earlier, but now it is. I mean, this McLeod, wow. I mean, guys, now this McLeod's got some room to two. I think it's above that high. 142. Yeah, 142. Got some room to two. Yeah, I mean, if I were a little more aggressive, some of these ones that win the race right off the bat, just to try it, even in the simulator, just try taking some of these. Now, again, AGFS is a buyout, so, and at 3, I believe. So, earnings play, yeah, another earnings play, guys. ULCC coming into the 200-day, not that far away. So, I'd be watching this one as a potential short. Closer, especially if it can take out 11 and then close to that 200-day moving average. It's above the VWAP at 1055, so it's in between the VWAP and the 200-day moving average. Look at HTCR, another one, guys. I mean, this man just showed up. Would have showed up a lot earlier in the race, but again, I had that 200,000 share minimum. But look at the volume picking up. HTCR, my goodness. Let's see if there's any license agreement with Transcosmos Digital Technology. I don't know who they are, but right now the market's traders are liking this one. Low float, 4 million in the float. HTCR. You would think. No, and it just got halted. HTCR just got halted. Is that the first halt? Looks like it. According to our halts with Zooms, I don't see it before. So, I'm just going to make a general statement also on things. Somebody you asked about the halts, and this is if you're in the room, the person. I'm not trying to dump on you. Okay. A lot of times, what happens is we get, and the reason I say this is that it just takes the time for our support staff. Somebody says, "Hey, how come this didn't trigger for me?" Okay, and 99 times out of 100, it's because of a filter you've got. I'm not saying our software is infallible, but a lot of times it's because there's a filter. And I just remember somebody yesterday said, "Hey, how come I didn't get a halt message for a certain stock?" Well, they had a filter of a minimum of 200,000 shares. And so when the stock got halted, it was way under 200,000 shares. So a lot of times you can do that sleuthing yourself. Okay. If you see if you're thinking, hey, how come I'm not getting this one? Check your filters first before you contact our support people. I mean, first of all, it helps you. You'll get an instant answer yourself. Because obviously if you send an email to us, we will answer it, but it may not, it may not be instant. So you can do a lot of the sleuthing yourself, wondering, well, why didn't I get this? Check your filters first before you contact us. Okay. And again, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from sending in emails, but you can imagine all the emails that we get and what has to happen. Yeah, we ask you for your cloud link and we look at it and we see immediately, well, there's the reason. You could have done the same thing. Okay. So CYH is an earnings play, pretty big float, 125 million in the float. CYH is an earnings play, but it's getting pretty close to that 3 level. This is one that is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Oh yeah, I mean, this wasn't shortable for me, unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I mean, these companies, if they can stick, Amazon or Google or Microsoft or whatever in a press release, they're going to do it. And people will look at the press. People, traders will look at the press release and go, "Okay, wow." So that's what happens. If you guys have been trading for a few years, remember in the old days, in the late 90s, all a company had to do was say, yeah, we're partnering with Microsoft. And this, Microsoft had probably thousands upon thousands of little companies that so-called partnered with them. But you put it in a press release, you get the pop, insiders sell, and who's left holding the bag? Well, this is going to be a longer halt, guys. Usually the halts are 5 minutes long. There was HCCR was halted at 9:53 plus 53 seconds. So typically they're 5 minute halts. So you can see that one was in essence a 5 minute halt, the wolf. So this should have opened at 9:58 plus 53 seconds. Obviously it didn't. When I say should have, I mean, I would say 95% of them are 5 minute halts. If it's not a 5 minute halt, usually it's a multiple of five. So could be a 10-minute halt. So that could open at 10:03 plus 53 seconds. So if you're in this one, hang on. Here's the potential open. Again, this blue box you see here, it's nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is just telling me this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Your broker, if you don't have IB, has to have something similar. So there's the halt price at 185. This is, this is the potential of where it could open. This will change, of course. You can see how it's changing. But if you're in this one right now, obviously what you want to see is a number above 185 right here, because that's where it could potentially open when it starts to trade again. All right, ATUS. What can this one possibly do? Well, again, if I kind of discount all these little highs looking left, I mean, obviously this is the area up here at 10 where a lot of resistance. So it's got a lot of room if you sort of start discounting. I mean, I know I keep saying look left, and I always get a little hung up, I guess, on these little highs looking left. But I mean, it's got some room. Okay, guys, here's that ULCC that I was just talking about, maybe, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. Critical level for this. Look at this coming right into the 200-day moving average. This one is shortable for me. It's an earnings play, but I mean, being an earnings play, it's going to be active all day. But it's coming right into that 200-day moving average. So I mean, my bias right now is, as a short, just because it's getting so close to that 200-day. So, I mean, in theory, if you were looking at this one to short, if you shorted right here at 1122, and you can try it in the simulator, put your stop at the 200-day or a little bit above it. If that 200-day actually rejects it, let's try it in the simulator. Okay. Oop, I might have clicked it twice. Let's see what happens when I do that. And then we'll just put a stop at the 200-day, 1141. See, oops, what happened here? It didn't take the, I think what happened is yeah, I actually put a limit order at 1121. Okay, I see what I did. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of it. Okay, so I've canceled that order. That red line should disappear. Okay, now I'll take the trade right now. Wow, guys, HTCR just opened. So again, if you got in there, I mean, it popped at 221. What was I doing? ULCC. Okay, so there it is. So if I want to short this right now, I have to short it at go at the market. Let's just do 300 shares. Sell at the market, send it. So now it'll take that trade. It should be around 1128 or so. 1129. Okay. Now put my stop at the 200-day, a little bit above the 200-day. Give me a moment as so there it is, 1141. So put my stop just a little bit above the 200-day. Let's make it 1145 and see what happens. That's how you can practice in the simulator. Take the emotion out of it. I mean, I may get stopped out immediately. So it's right at the 200-day, right at it. Will that stop it? I mean, if it pops through that, then all bets are off. Then you can start looking left. 1182. Morning, Mookie. So this is why I'm saying, guys, use the simulator. All you need is our standard service, okay? And our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you're looking to practice trading before you actually start to trade, you can use our simulator, uses our real-time data, and you can practice trading. Right? So it got taken out. Okay. Took me out, 11:45. It hit the stop. So $51 loss in the simulator. Now this might keep going. I mean, if it's taking out that 200-day, little extended right now. I mean, you've got three giant green candles on the 15-minute chart. But again, as Real would say, this is an area, the 200-day moving average. It's an area. I mean, there's the actual number, 1141. Let's see though if this still stalls it. I see that the AI has suggested a short of SNBR. You can see right there, 2761 is a suggested short area. Wow, HTCR just, this is today's EBIX, guys. Speaking of EBIX, not EBIX, what's wrong with me? EPIX, thank you, Ori. So many symbols swirling around in my head. Yeah, so yeah, that. I mean, again, take a picture of this, guys. You talk about, you hear not just myself, but you'll hear, analysts, you hear anybody talking about the 200-day moving average and how important it can be. I mean, you take a picture of EPIX. There's that green line. Look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average. 510. The moving average is right now. It's 508. I mean, it's amazing. How they can stop something in its tracks. Now, ULCC, let's take a look. I mean, it's still, around that 200-day. I mean, is it bulletproof? No, of course not. I mean, you can't obviously just say, yes, the 200-day will stall 100% of the time, or the stock coming down into the 200-day, will that prove to be support and it'll bounce off it? I mean, nothing is 100%. Can't even see the 200-day moving average for this one. I don't know. Maybe it hasn't been trading as HTCR for 200 days. I don't know. Take a look at a monthly chart for HTCR. Yeah, I guess that is the reason it's close. Boy, the view, guys. Now, okay, here we go again. Look at the view. Not shortable for me, so I can't even attempt it, but look at the view coming right into the 200-day moving average. Will that stall it? Man, here's an interesting one. Perhaps BRFS. I always love this one for a food company, BARFs. BRFS. 241 is the next high looking left. If it can take that out, look at the room it's got on a percentage basis. BRFS. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert, a price alert around that 241 and see if it takes it out because it's got some room. It's on a low float. When I say that, I know it does, it's not like I focus on low float situations. It's just that when I see that float, I can sort of say, well, it's going to take a bunch to keep moving it. 356 million in the float, it's up 5%. So it's going to take a lot of buying power to move it with that float. But no harm in putting a price alert and see what happens. Oops. Yeah, it might be. I mean, it's still hovering around that. I mean, it's an earnings play, so I mean, it's got that behind it. So that's the only issue. If it was more of a, how can I say it, sort of a pump and dump press release, but it is an earnings play, and obviously the market's reacting well. So there's the view. So again, it's not bulletproof, but look at this. It's trying to get through 184, 188 right now. I mean, if it does get through, then two is the next level. There is definitely a war on Meta at 100. Such a psychological number. All right. Okay, guys, I just want to, as I said yesterday, I was pretty sure that we'd have the promo code, a new promo code for you. So this is the 25% off. So I just want to draw your attention. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link right there, you'll be brought to this page. I got to do a refresh, I guess. There we go. So there it is, guys. Test Drive 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So there's your promo code. I believe it's good until the 6th. I can't remember what the email said, but I think it's good until the 6th. So you've got some time. My advice is this. You can start off with a monthly. You don't have to take an annual, unless you're absolutely sure you want it. You'll get the 25% off that 2,000 for premium on an annual, or the standard is 1,000. You'll get the 25% off. You can always start off though with a monthly. Okay, 118, 228, less the 25% for that first month only. You can, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But within 30 days of taking out a monthly subscription, you decide you'd like to take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So it gives you another month to try us out. I mean, the reason why people take out annuals is because that's going to give them the biggest prorated monthly rate, right? Okay. And that's the reason. But you can still try us out for a month and still take advantage of the 25% if you want to upgrade to, I hate calling it an upgrade, but if you just want to take out an annual subscription, you're convinced that you do want it. And the reason I keep saying that is because you've got to look at the terms and conditions of taking an annual subscription. You can't have it for a couple of months and say, I'm not trading anymore, give me my money back. It's not going to happen. Okay. So that's why I want to got to make sure you want an annual. Try us out on the monthly. All right, guys. So we still have this disconnect going between the value stocks, the Dow stocks, versus the growth stocks, NAS. Big disconnect. I mean, the Dow's up a lot. NAS is still slightly underwater. SPY's up a little bit. All right, tomorrow I take one right off the bat. Okay, you heard it here first. News flash. Oh, it's halted on the way down. Okay, I thought it was halted on the way up. I mean, that is a whippy stock for 100. I'm going to check that float. I'm going to check that float with other websites. I just want to see what they say. I mean, that's a big, big move for that amount in the float. So let me just check another couple of websites and see what they say. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, this one's difficult, I mean, Yahoo's got 66 million. Finviz is 175. Ameritrade is 175. Morningstar 94 million. And the Wall Street Journal at 143 million. Looks like we get our same data as the Wall Street Journal because I'm looking, or yeah. So I don't know where they're getting their data from, but whoever our provider is, looks like it's I think it's called FactSet. But anyway, but that's when people get kind of get upset with us and say, "How come your float information is wrong?" Well, what's right? There's Yahoo at 66 million, and here, some other float information. Here, what's right? Now, blue collar will say, go to the SEC filings. Yeah, you could do that. Supposing you'll get the absolute one, but see right there, Dak, you didn't have to do that. Yeah, didn't have to upload that image to take yourself away from other stuff. We appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. We appreciate it, but you didn't have to do that. If you can hear me, you probably have me on mute now. Whoa, I think GLOP is an earnings play. Yeah, look at GLOP. Woo, GLOP. This is an earnings play. And, I mean, this is why it can get so difficult. Look at the action in the pre-market. This is that tan area. Excuse me, the beige tan area right here is the pre-market action. Look at it now. I mean, this was positive. Remember seeing it, but look at it just absolutely getting destroyed now. Ugh. Well, SNBR had a real turnaround here, guys. So I know the AI took this one, or it's all suggested, right? I mean, you don't have to take these trades, but all suggested. But this has turned right around. SNBR. All right. Will HTCR hold this two level? Okay, the view resumed. So their news was about raising a couple $100 million. That was their news. The market reacted positively for a while. John Deere about to collapse. Let's take a look at the Deere DE. Yeah, way out of the price range I like, but maybe not an earnings play. I mean, guys, this HCCR holding two is pretty important. It did get up to 240. And what happened right there? So there's a high over here of a 246 in this area. But I mean, it just blasted through all this. It didn't care. Boy, this is such an interesting look, this VRFS. Just wish it didn't have, it's such a big float. I have this alert at 241 right here. See if it takes that out because it's got a ton of room. The Brazilian stock. So BRFS and I think BARFs BARFs is a Brazilian stock. Yeah. And CBD is a Brazilian stock. All right, guys, SPY is trying to put in a little bit of a pop here. Excuse me. Whoa, I don't know. Nice, nice jump. What was the alert at? I'm looking at bounce plays from Zach. STM was 3204. What did it get down to? Wow, that's a tremendous bounce play from that scan right here because it got down. The alert was at 3204. It only broke down to 3198 before it popped. And I don't know how easy it would have been to get the glop. But certainly the STM Very good bounce play. And you would think bounce play should be okay today, with the market being up. Well, Netflix at boy, who's really happy, guys, is our friend Andy at Trade Ideas. You're talking about the 300 level, not the 200 level. Andy is long this one since its earnings. He actually took a stab at it before the actual release, just before they released on this day. So right here, so he's in around the 250 level. So Andy, I'm not sure if Andy is in our YouTube room today. Usually he's in on Fridays, but Steve is supposed to be today, but he's off for the next couple of days. So I know he was yesterday. So I'm gonna find out if it's Andy today. Oh, okay. It's not. It's Andy's in tomorrow. Okay, so it'll be Jamie today. Okay, so it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room today. So it'll be Andy tomorrow. Yeah, you know what? I mean, yeah, there was a short opportunity for Shop, but boy, this is really still strong. Shop is still strong. Next high is 34.73. Yeah, I think it's 34.73. 200-day is way up here, so that's not an issue. All right, guys, PTEN still has some room. I mean, it popped up to over 18, but the next high looking left, I think, is something around 1881. So it's still got some room. Energy play, earnings play. Take a look. Let's take a look at XLE just to see what is happening. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. Let's take a look though and see if there's any radical change. I'm going to click on new docked channel bar, and then this is my sector status change from the open. Okay. See if there's any radical change here. If you were here 10 minutes before the pre-market, first of all, some of the energy plays have weakened a bit because 10 minutes before the market opened, every single stock that made up XLE was above yesterday's close. Since the open, two-thirds of them are above the open. Okay, not terrible. Consumer staples since they look at retail, guys. I mean, this is to me the really interesting one. I mean, retail 86% above the open. So the retail sector is relatively strong still, leading into, of course, the Christmas sales, etc. But for Christmas buying. Look at industrials at 91%. Again, these are all the major sectors. What's happened since the market opened? And that's what the percentages are telling you. Well, I'm just keeping an eye on this HTCR, guys. The longer it holds over two, I'm getting more and more interested. I'd like to see maybe get it up to about a 207, 208 bid ask, and see if it can challenge that high with that float. Again, the licensing deal for Acromore. So this is in the Japanese market. Morning, Real. All right, Mara. Let's take a look at Mara. What's Bitcoin doing, first of all? So Mara, yeah, I mean, choppy. I mean, look at this, down to 1352, tax on a dollar, coming into that 200-day moving average. It's getting closer and closer. All right, guys, I took some of this HTCR, as long as it holds over two. If not, I'm out. Ah, it pop and now I resisted. I could have had some, 215 would have been not bad, but looking for more. I was hoping it would take out that 216. We'll see. With that with that float though, if you took this trade, don't wander away from your computer. Okay. All right, guys, 10:35, a little bit late in talking about trade ideas in general. I'll try to be brief. Okay, click on my link, my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So as I explained before, there is a promo code right now, Test Drive 25. for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. I believe this is, I think the email said November 6th. Okay. So you've got time. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory you do this. So let's get started. 10 short videos take you about 30 minutes, runs through the download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay. First thing you should do. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free, of course. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. How is it doing? It's certainly, you could have easily traded that one. Yeah, so WTI was the trade of the week. I mean, again, it got up to 827 this morning, got up to what, 835. I think the trigger was 755 or so. So this is still, if you want to, you can hold on if you want. I would have taken some profit for sure. Maybe hold on to a piece, but that's up to you. How you trade it is completely up to you. But that is the trade of the week. It is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel that you're getting it, check your spam box or excuse me, check your spam folder and or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Okay. Big education section is right here. So here's the user guide. Click on the user guide. There's that getting started also. You should know what an alert, excuse me, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and about the stop racing. Lots of other information in the guide, of course, but get those down. Those are the sort of the basic features of trade ideas, okay? There's that getting started series again. We try to hammer this point home. So daily support, I take a break at around noon Eastern, between 12 and 1, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. Now we've had a juggling of our schedule. So today it'll be Jamie. He'll take over for me between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And then there's Chris Varley, Monday to Friday in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then Chris takes over in our YouTube room Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30 p.m. Daily webinars, we should be back to a normal schedule next week. You can sign up for them all right there. And back to basics. Well, we have some education. I sort of gloss over this, but some really good educational videos here. Back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. If you're new to trading, this is a free resource. Use it. It starts off with literally what is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. Okay. Last, my scans. Here are my scans that I am sharing. Here are the two races that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. You hear me refer to Zach's bouncers and toppers from time to time. I would call that for advanced traders only. I actually do have the Momo window up. This is exactly the same as the one from our channel bar. I just keep an eye on that one. So a lot of scans that I'm sharing. So as always, this room is free. The reason it's free is because, enough people click on my link. You don't have to take out a subscription right now, but if you save my link and then at some point in the future you decide to take out a subscription, it helps keep the room free. And yes, I do get a little cut of it. Okay. Other reason to save my link, of course, is you can always take a look at my scans anytime you want, and that big education section. So save my link. Come on, HTCR, give me a little moment of anxiety as it was approaching 2. What do I think about Apple today? When did they release? This afternoon? Yeah, so after the market. So I really have no thoughts about it. I mean, just let the earnings release. If you're asking me what do I think the earnings is going to look like, I have no idea. Okay, no idea. But I mean, there's been a tech sell-off, of course, since yesterday, Apple being one of them, but I'm not going to predict what their earnings are going to be like or how they're going to guide. No idea. I don't play earnings at all. Okay. In other words, I don't hold a stock through earnings. All right, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We're not. We are a combination of a screener and a scanner. I'm going to explain that. It's important to know. There are a lot of screeners out there, but we are a scanner. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So this is what I mean. I click on New from our toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, and click on that Momentum channel. And again, this momentum scanner, this alert window right there, this is the one that I am sharing. So you see right there, BLBD at 1036. So what does that mean? Because we're at 1043 right now. So this is what a scanner does. I'm going to right click that window, click on configure, and click on summary. This is the screening, okay? These are filters. This is sort of the screening aspect of it. So if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, excuse me, minimum 100,000 shares. This is kind of the cool aspect of this scan. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So normally when you click on an alert that you get from this momentum window, you will see a volume pop, okay? So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's the scanning. This is the screening, and then getting a new real-time alert, that's the scanning, okay? Now that's the alert in this particular, we have lots and lots of different alerts you can use. In this particular case, it's the new high of the day alert. So what happened is since 1036, there has not been any stock that has met the filter requirements. Okay, that's why, so that's the last one that came through. Okay. Now, if you wanted this, now again, I'm sharing this, but what I want to show you though, is that you can go to the different channels. And if you see a scan that you think, well, I wouldn't mind taking a look at that. Maybe I want to have that as part of my layout. So here's all you have to do. You right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically what that does, it takes it out of the layout. Okay. And then just like it says, it popped up on my other monitor, just like it says, it is now free floating. So now you have one of two things you can do. You can save this right now to the cloud, to your cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Okay, if you like it as it is, or if you wanted to, you could of course change some of the filter values. For instance, again, right click, configure, summary. So if you looked at this and said, well, I love the concept, but what I'd rather have is a different price range. So you just click on that icon, and now I can change it to say 10 and 100. As an example, maybe you wanted a different minimum volume. If you wanted, when you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you want to add a filter, maybe you want to take one of these out. That's up to you. Okay, see how that is now changed to 10 and 100. So now you can say, okay, Then you can save it to the cloud. So again, if you like it as it is, you save it to the cloud, or you can make some changes and then save it to the cloud. Okay. Now, when you make a change in the channel, while you're in the channel, the change will be saved. Okay. But if you leave this channel and then you come back, you might go, hey, wait a minute, I made some changes to this. How come it didn't save it? The reason that happens is that these channels are for everyone. Okay. So the fact you want to make a change to say a price range, that's not necessarily what everybody else wants to do. All right, guys, I'm out of the HTCR. I was watching it, took a small loss on it. I may look at it again, but I was hoping for I had a little profit in it, but I wanted a lot more. So the exercise again is you can go through the different channels, start extracting scans that we have created and saving them to the cloud. And then you can just wait for this to disappear. File load from cloud. And if you've saved them, you'll see them. Okay. Load, highlight, load, and then you can start bringing back the scans. Now, but I caution you, do not have so many alert windows, top list windows in your layout so that you're going to be clicking like mad on different alerts that happen and you'll get nothing done. Okay. So I'm not saying you shouldn't have any alert windows because I'm going to talk about the racing, but really try to limit. Otherwise, you'll just get nothing done. Now, if you want to build your own, let me just show you one here. Here's my 10-day daily breakdown. You want to build your own scan, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window and configure, and then I click on search. So when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So they tried to create as many these are all the real-time alerts that we have. There's a lot of them. And then when you get down to these icons, these are the filters, the screeners, if you will, that we have. Do not get hung up on how many we have. Obviously, with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles, we try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get so hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. SPY is just kind of stuck here for a while, guys. So let me talk a little bit about the races and why I think it's important, especially if you're new to trading. Why I think it's a great way to start to get you to focus just on, and I'll explain what happens here, this watch list that gets automatically created for you. So these are the two races that I'm sharing. Of course, you can create your own race, but I just want to show you what this race is based on. If you're just starting out, you might want to have these two and just follow them. So every race starts off from a top list. Okay, you notice this is a top list. It says T in the upper left-hand corner. If I right click, you can launch the race from a top list. That's how you launch a race. So in this particular top list window, all I'm looking for are stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, traded and up 2% from the close. That's it. No other fancy filters. That's it. Now, I'll talk about the racing in just a sec, but top list windows were used in this fashion before we had racing. You can still use top list windows, don't get me wrong. But any header that you've got here, these are just filters. You could sort on them. So if I wanted to see the stocks that were up most from the close of yesterday, as long as I have the header, I just left click a couple of times and I'll see HTCR up 110% from yesterday's close. Okay, AGF view is up 30%, etc. I like to see the change from the open. There it is at the top also, 84% from the open. So in other words, its first trade of the day, it has moved 84% since the first trade of the day. So again, great news, great idea, great, but how do you trade this? Okay. I mean, what are you going to do with this information? That's where the races come in. So for instance, look at GLBE down here. It's up 6.3% from the open. What if all of a sudden it started to move? Now it's up 10%, 15%, 20%. Okay. You'd never know. I mean, you can't stare at a huge list of stocks and try to figure out which one is moving or not. And that's so you allow the races, the racing scan to do that for you. So what happens is I'm running 4-minute races. I pick 4 minutes. There's no magic about it. You can pick 3 minutes, you can pick 5 minutes, you can pick 10 minutes. I'm running 4-minute races. So what does it mean? So every 4 minute, when a race is over, another one will begin every 4 minutes. So we're 2 minutes into this 4-minute race. The stock that is moved the most since the race started is right at the top of the leaderboard here. LYLT has moved 3%, 3.2%. Look at this move here. Okay. And that's what happens as the race begins, stocks will be jockeying for position. This LYLT right now, it's at the top, but maybe some other stock out of nowhere surplants it. You do not need a premium subscription for races. No. Question in our YouTube room. Do you need premium subscription for races? No. So you will never in this particular race setup, you will never miss. I shouldn't say never. Virtually never. You'll miss a stock that is really moving quickly. Okay, this is more of a volatile situation in here, but you'll always see the stocks that are moving the most. Okay, based on my filter, 1 in $50, 200,000 share minimum that is traded and up 2% from the close. Now, that's what I'm saying. If you didn't like my price range or you didn't like, you wanted to once you get used to using trade ideas, of course you can create your own set of parameters in the top list and launch the race from your set of parameters. Now, the beautiful thing about this, though, is that you see it automatically creates a watch list for you. So, in the number one position today is View. Now, you know why? Because at the beginning of the day, this was winning race after race. It won 4 races today. HTCR, which I'm still kind of toying with. I'm out of it now, but I'm still kind of watching the way it's trading, has won 4 races, etc., all the way down to this last one here. So, how do you use this? Well, for instance, View. Now, you might look at this go, well, I guess it's over. Maybe, but what if, I don't know, what if View all of a sudden, gets back up to the 150 level? Maybe you put a price alert there. If that, there's the VWAP right there. What if it takes out the VWAP at 154 and goes on a run again? Okay. CYH only won one race today. See what it's doing. Well, maybe it's a pullback, and maybe if it gets back over that 277 mark, maybe that turns into, excuse me, something that you're interested in. This is why you've got to practice trading, guys. Okay, use our simulator because we don't know what's going to happen, but you can always say, okay, what if I take this trade at 277 above the highs of these candles right there? Will that turn into a good trade? We don't know, but you can practice in the simulator. The bottom line, though, is that this creates a watch list for you to focus on all day long. So instead of having to be inundated with all sorts of different alerts and everything, you can focus on just as 10 stocks. And what I'd be doing, I look at LASE, LASE. It had the pullback, it's above the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out 316, maybe that turns into a good trade. The high over here is 350, so it's got room. Okay, I mean, it's got some room. So just because a stock isn't winning a race anymore, it doesn't mean you just discount it. And maybe it's pulled back, and it doesn't have to win a race for you to be interested in it. Another race, I should say. So all the things I'm talking about, I'm going to answer Stephen. He said, how do you set up a race? All the things I'm talking about right now are in the user guide. Okay. I don't expect you to remember everything I'm saying. So that's why we have this user guide. Can you give me a moment? So Stephen, if you click, excuse me, if you click on on my home page, okay, click on my home page link, be brought to this page. And then if you click on education, the education section, click here, education section, and then go to the user guide, click on the user guide. And here's TI stock race, okay? When you click on that, this gives you all the information you need, okay? There are, I think, 4 videos here. Race startup, configuration, okay? It's all here. I can, what I was saying before is every race starts from a top list window, but this is your reference, okay? So again, you forget what I'm saying. That's why we have a great user guide, so you can always refer to it. But again, a race is always started from a top list window. Here is a top list window that I've got. And so when you have a top list window and you have the filters, all the information that BW guys is just getting kicked here a bit. So again, this is my top list window, okay, with these values in it. 1 in $50, 200,000 minimum shares have traded up 2% from the close. That's what I like to see. Doesn't necessarily mean, I'm talking to everybody. That's necessarily mean that's what you want to see. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want to add a filter in. Maybe you don't care about it being up 2% from the close. But this is what I am liking to see. And so once I do that, then I right click and I launch the race. Okay, I launch the race and I have a default. So it's always going to, be a 4-minute race. If I show the race setup, this is my race setup. Again, this is all in the guide. So I like to see no, this is wrong. Should be in Delta. So I like to see the change from the open. That's what it's based on. As long as I have a column header here that is changed from the open, I can use it. You can see this is a little bit of a drop down menu showing all the columns that I've got here. And then I like to sort on the chain on the delta. Delta is the change. So that's why I see the ones that are moving the most at the top as they float to the top. Okay. I like to do an auto rerun. So in other words, when a race stops, I want the next one to begin automatically. Again, this is all in the guide. I like to start at 9:30 when the market opens. You can, I mean, if you want to start it when you load trade ideas, you can do that. I just like to see it start at 9:30 when the market opens. Okay. So and the replace symbols just means, a symbol that is moving will replace one on top of it. Okay, so these are the how you can set it up. And then once you do that, then you start the race. Now, if you load mine right now, because these are the 2 races that I'm sharing. If you load it right now, you might go, hey, wait a minute, I don't see the same thing as you do. The reason being is that you're loading it at 11 o'clock. And I started my races at 9:30. So you'll have a different set of top 10. Last, this race is this basically the same as this race. So the large cap gainers, all I did was I added a market cap of 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So you will not see stocks moving, in such the huge percentages that you typically get over here. This is definitely a more volatile setup than this one. If you're new to trading, this might be a better place to start. Here's a top 10 list, same sort of thing. Click on XM, see what's happening. Okay, maybe it's a pullback. There's the VWAP. Maybe if it takes out the VWAP at 1190, maybe it starts rolling again. We won't know. Nothing is 100%, but that's why you can practice in our simulator. And to use the simulator, Yeah, I saw the BW. It's probably an all-time low, almost an all-time low. It's not an earnings play, doesn't matter. But is there some news on it? So they have earnings on the 8th, so they're sort of warning that we're not going to look good. So their actual earnings is on the 8th, but they're kind of forewarning that it's not going to look good. Well, what do you think you're doing by saying, this is a it's a classic passive aggressive comment. Not trying to scare you, but we will see massive bank failures. A classic passive aggressive comment. So to use the simulator, yeah, so I'm definitely interested in, well, where's some support? Yeah, the only problem is, Zach, is looks like there's pretty decent support right around this area here. If you look on the daily chart, right around that 580, look at all the action right there. I mean, if it pops through that, yeah, but it looks like there's pretty decent support not that far away. Okay, Stephen, what version of Trade Ideas are you on? Oh, now are you using the web-based version of our product? It's not available. I should make. Yeah, unfortunately, if you're using the web-based version of our product, Racing nor is Brokers Plus available. You have to be using the downloadable application. So are you on the web-based version, Stephen? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, you know what, Roller? Here's the deal. I mean, your comments, just don't try not to put everything that pops into your head into the general market talk. I mean, I know it's general market talk, but everything that you're popping it like pops into your head, you're just putting down. I have to monitor everything, okay? Every time I'm not on this general market talk all the time. I see when a post is there, and mainly you're just putting whatever is popping into your head there. So try to control that, please. Otherwise, I'm going to have to just tell you to go. We know you're a big bear. Great. Okay. So, Stephen, did you hear my? Are you using a web-based version or the downloadable application? Okay. I'm just going to start deleting posts. That's how I'm going to start, and eventually, I'm just going to get rid of you. Okay. Exactly, Panda. I'm just not going to put up with it much longer. So, Stephen, did you hear my question to you? Are you using the web-based version or are you using our downloadable application? Can you hear me, Stephen? Okay, so if you don't have that option, then you must be in a really you're not up to date with the version of Trade Ideas then. Okay, so if you click on Help and About, it'll tell you the version you're on. You have to be on, You have to be on, well, if you go to my homepage, see if I, give me a moment. Okay, but if you go to my homepage and click on the download link, what you should be on at least this 5.6.4, okay? Or I would use the beta, it's fine. You go down here where the beta, oh, I guess I can do this, which is 5.6.24, okay? So you can tell that's got to be the reason. If you click on help and about, it'll tell you the version you're on, okay? So if you're not on one of those, yeah, but that's the reason. You must be on a really old version of Trade Ideas to not have that. I couldn't have said it better myself, Shady. All right, so this BW is coming into, whoa, did I take that out? Oh, right here, sorry. That BW is coming into this area right there. I mean, if it can take that out, I mean, yeah, you've got down to 5. Yeah, Notepad, there are more, but you know what? A lot of them are duplicates. I don't mean that's the same exact. The reason why we got rid of so many of the channels that we used to have is that a lot of them were basically just showing the same type of thing. Okay. So that's why we got rid of them. Yeah, but RCRX is the constant post after post after post after post. Okay. Yeah, we get it. We think it's a bear market. We all get it. Okay. That's not the issue. Remember, I'm trying to moderate a trading room. So every time, if I go on to stocks only, specific stocks only, because I see a post there, then if I see a little one there, I have to go and check like that. I have to go and check to see, okay, what is it? When it's just post after post after post about the market's going down, this is going down. I mean, it's useless. Yes, we know that. Okay, so I'm trying to be patient, but eventually even me will lose my patience. Okay, guys. So again, I'm sorry. I just want to just quickly go over because I think it's important, not just for new traders, but even if you have trade ideas, you've had it for a while, you want to practice some setups. You want to see how they work. So the Brokerage Plus link I put in there. There are 2 videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, again, only available if you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay. If you don't have an E-Trade, look at this YMAB. This was the one that I ticked off yesterday that I didn't get. Look at this. This came in my download, my 10-day daily breakdown also. Look at this. It's just continuing down. Now, is it coming into maybe a support area? Yeah, so if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas, okay? Just want to make that crystal clear. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means, okay? So well, I say we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. Now, the second video in that link I put in, a lot more detail about how you can use it. Now, Jamie, who's going to be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes, he has E-Trade and he uses Brokerage Plus. So if you got questions about using Brokerage Plus, you can certainly ask Jamie about that. But here's how you can use it as a simulator. This is how I like to demonstrate its use. All you have to do when you see it, this is what it's gonna say, not connected. So in order to load Brokerage Plus, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then this window will pop up. You may have different column headers, but that's okay. It'll say not connected. Okay, not connected. And then all you have to do is just click on the sim underneath the Brokerage Plus and then it'll turn from not connected to account. It will. There we go. Once it says account, click on it and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. It's very simple. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, and click the buy button and then send it. Okay. I'll look at some later on, but practice trading, guys. It uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. So if you want to practice trading, before you actually, and that's what my absolute recommendation would be, practice trading before you connect to a live account. Until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money in a live account. Okay. And you can practice swing trading. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward to the next day and you can practice swing trading if you want. Man, oh man, just look at this YMAP just continues down. This was the awesome short from yesterday that came in my 10. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. This is one of the scans I am sharing, the 10-day daily breakdown. And unfortunately, I can't remember. I just was obviously not paying enough attention because this was just from here 15 down to 11 and now continuing down. Again, one of the scans I am sharing. Well, glad I got out of this HTCR for a minor loss. However, later on in the day, here's what I'm going to do. Later on in the day, I'm going to put an alert, price alert around 214 and see if it takes it out later on. It might. Remember Duo, guys? Remember Duo from a couple of days ago? It is still kind of alive here. I mean, it's got some room. Again, if you discount all the little areas up here. It's got some room to that 230 mark. I am not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that's when you look at a daily chart, you can kind of see where the obvious area, I think, of resistance is around that 2 mark. And has it taken out that high? 152 was the high of 2 days ago. This one got halted a couple of times, I believe. It's happening with EPIX. Ah. Oh, I didn't even see that it was halted. Right here, there's the halt. Whoa, now there are some shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, 14, not many, but 14,000. My analysis of Lays, I know we looked at that earlier. Lays, let's take a look at it. Well, I mean, this has got potential. I mean, it's making higher lows, right? You can see all these bottoming tails. The big deal about it is that 350 is the next high looking left. So I mean, it's got some room on a percentage basis. I'm not saying it's going to get to 350, as you know, but it's making higher lows. But again, 3 million in the float. Very, it's interesting. Well, I guess it's being skewed because it's looking back on these days because the relative volume is only 0.43, but it's looking at these days where it had, it's trading 60 million and 40 million. So at only 1.9 million, even though that, for a 3 million float, that's still significant. But it's making higher lows. Let's go look at these bottoming tails, but it also has some topping tails. So it's really choppy. The VWAP's at 304. Yes, it's just over the VWAP right now at 304, not 33. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Jay's post. He's talking about Shopify. So it's over the VWAP. So that's good, I guess. Well, so much for that holding it. BW, yeah, BW. So much for that. A lot of shares available also. 1.6 million at Interactive Brokers. Look at the volume that came into Duo, guys. So, guys, all I'm doing is just pointing out opportunities. If it meets your trading plan, if you have one, and you should have one. Okay. Roller. And there's that float, guys. China stock, 3.5 million in the float. I mean, that's why this can happen. Typically, you know, Meta is an extreme example of, yeah, something with a huge float that can move, not meet. Well, I guess it's, you typically do not see a stock that has 2 billion in the float with a 22% move. Typically, that is not the case. But the extraordinary circumstances, of course, for Meta. All right, guys. Let's see, what time is it now? About half an hour. I'll be taking my break. Jamie will be in our YouTube room. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. I think I mentioned this LYLT earlier. This is, how you can play, a stock that has won a race before. I think it had only won one race at the time. How you can, keep an eye on it. I mean, if it things like this meet your trading plan, as an example, a stock that comes back to the VWAP and maybe explodes off it. If that meets your trading plan, then you can take it. Roller, I'm almost at the end. Almost, okay? It's not that your information isn't valid, or, well, who knows if it's valid. It's just post after post after post. Okay? So if you won't control yourself, I'll have to control you and boot you. I mean, I'm just telling you. I may not be I know some might not like the idea that I'm going to do that, but I'm sorry. I just can't spend the time on clicking on this general market talk every 2 seconds to see your posting. Okay? And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. It's a free room. You can certainly go somewhere else. Okay. Okay. THCH over 4. Does that have an interesting look about it? Hmm. Sort of. I mean, this is I don't know if this is if this was an IPO, or was this I think this was a SPAC, right? That turned into this, I think. Let me see if I can see some news from before. Yeah, so this was a SPAC, okay? And it turned into this. THCH really did nothing. Okay, sorry, ruler. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so guys, I'm actually going to take off at 10 to. Jamie wants me to. He's got to leave at 10 to 1, so I'm going to actually take off at 10 to 12, and I'll be back at 10 to 1. Okay. Oh, okay. This is the last I'm going to talk. RCRX, you're missing the point. It's not that what he is saying is necessarily wrong. It's the volume. Okay, it's the volume. So I have no problem, people, putting opinions in, etc. But it's the volume. So anyway, that's the last I'm going to say of it. It's too distracting for me. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see what. So actually, a little bit of a bounce for YMAB. I actually was trying to short this one, but I didn't get the fill I wanted, which I guess is a good thing. It would have been kind of a chase, but so a bit of a bounce now for YMAB. No, I disagree, blue collar. I definitely disagree. No, Dak. No, Dak. You're not getting in. Concentrate on your trading. Okay, so HTCR. So I mean, it's stirring a little bit, guys. I mean, I'm not going to completely discount this one, but it would really have to get up back up to about 215 with some good volume, and maybe it can have a shot at the high of the day, and maybe beyond, maybe beyond. Well, nice call on the BW, Zach. It's now below those levels and maybe five. I mean, maybe. maybe keep an eye on this LBRT, guys. If it takes out 17 again, okay, it's got some room to 17. What is that high right there? 1762. It's got some room to that level. Okay, and it is energy play. Any way to change fonts? No. Well, I shouldn't say that. Pepe probably knows. I was going to do this after hours, but I forgot because you can change. I don't know if this option right there, when you click on tools, excuse me, and then in the general, there is a way in which you can change your fonts, but I have a feeling it only affects alert windows and top list windows. Okay. I don't know if it affects the racing. I don't think it does. Pepe probably knows. I forgot I was going to actually try that after hours, but there's no way within here you can do it. So, and I brought up yesterday the idea of not, having user defined or it being user defined, whether or not you want to have the stock symbol or the stock logo, etc. So this is all, a lot of things are going to be changing. And they agree that, there should be an option. It's just not high priority right now. Okay, to be perfectly honest. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So yeah, it does not. So changing the font does not change the font in the racing. I didn't think so, but my personal development person, developer Pepe, always has the answer. Always appreciated. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just following internal discussion. This Aspen is sort of interesting. I mean, what did it get up to? 1270. Wow. What's the spread like on that one? It's not terrible. 1220, 1225. I mean, it's got room maybe to that 13 level. So if it picks up again, and that's the ASPN, Okay, sorry. Oh, here's here's the EPIX, guys. So the EPIX is still, yeah, it's still alive. So it came out of its halt. It was a, sorry, I'm way behind at 11:16. Sorry, guys, I am a little distracted. Things are happening in the background, and as you know, what was happening in the room. That's the problem. I get too distracted. Um, okay. All right, here's a bounce play from Zach. I wonder, like to see the market at least not going down on a bounce play. Okay, it doesn't have to be going up, doesn't have to be, it could be neutral. But AMH, this is a bounce play from Zach Scan at 31.11. So, and it didn't really get below that 31.11 much, 31.07. Well, I'm definitely interested in this AMH on a bounce. You know, the only issue is that market is putting in a red candle, you know, but it's got a little bit of room. You know, I wouldn't think it would get too much more over that 31.41 mark, but for just a little, almost like what I'll call a scalp a bounce. What do you think, Zach? I know you know it's there. Well, I don't care what you think. I took it. Okay. And so, you know, tight stop on it. I'm kidding when I say I don't care what you think, but so 31.20. I gotta keep an eye on this, guys. Yeah, Jamie is going to take over in about 9 minutes, so I'm going to be taking my break between 11:50 and 12:50. Okay. Well, here's one that's rocking here. FDMT. Wow, look at this thing. Showing up here. Yeah, it's showing up here. Straight up. Boy, is this ever now coming into the 200-day moving average? Not, no, it's about 60 cents away from it. What sort of news did that have? So phase one, phase two. I did see this earlier, but again, unfortunately, I just didn't click on it. I saw it earlier, and it's you know, relatively low float, 28 million in the float. So I just want to put my message in here. I don't want to forget. Okay, so on break, we'll be back around 12:50 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, and I'll put the YouTube link in right now. Jamie will be there in about 8 minutes or so. Okay, guys, so there is the YouTube link. Jamie's not there yet, but when I go on my break, he will be there. So there's the YouTube link if you want to head over there from 1150 to 1250. And again, Jamie's a big user of Brokers Plus, and he has an E-Trade account that he trades it. So if you have questions like that, Jamie's your man. Our guys, well, that AMH not really moving. I'm slightly underwater on it. Just give me one moment. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Do I trade crossovers? You mean if a stock goes from red to green or green to red? This is a question in our YouTube room. I don't have any scan that specializes in that, if that's what you mean. Or are you talking about moving average crossovers? Again, I don't have a scan that specializes. Okay. Now, Jamie, who will be in the room any moment now, maybe he does. So he might have a better idea about that. Yeah, so do I ever? No, I typically don't. I don't have a scan designed for that. I have them on this, I have some of the moving averages on my 15-minute chart. Now look at that FDMT just absolutely ripping. Coming into that 200-day, guys, 1085, and this is it shortable for me? Yeah, it is shortable for me too. Wow, look at the BW. Thank you, excuse me, Zach. No, I'm not a big, no, I have not really. I mean, if I see it on the chart, but I don't have a scan designed for it. The question is, do I trade moving average crossovers? I mean, I'm aware of when they happen because I've got a couple of them on my chart, but I don't fixate on it. But again, Jamie will be in the room momentarily. It's possible that he does. Maybe he's got something. I'm a very simple trader, left lane. It's all about price and volume with hardly any other indicators. The 200-day course is, something that is, I think, universally followed. So I'm aware of that. Definitely aware of the View app. But after that, not really a big indicator guy. That doesn't mean that, people are sitting there or listening to me saying, well, why not? I do. And the whole idea, the whole thing is, if you make money doing whatever you're doing, keep doing it. This is not, somebody says, well, how come you don't? Well, it's just personal. I just found that too many things for me anyway. It just gets overwhelming. So when I first started trading, I think I had everything: MACD, stochastics, RSI. I had everything. There he is. Jamie is there. You were there, Jamie. I heard a little pop.
Hola, Barry.
Hola, Mr. Jamie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. A lot of a lot of action today, of course, and next week I can't actually wait for. Well, I can. I guess I'm going to have to. But next week we got a ton of earnings plays. Once we get through all the big guys and we get all those little companies that release earnings, that all of a sudden they have their day, and
Oh
to me
yeah.
that's exciting. We've got about 1,000 next week, and then 1,000 the week after. So yeah, earnings season's always a lot of fun.
It's interesting, Barry, because you're always talking about how these small caps, mainly the low floaters, they'll have their run and then they'll peel back, right?
Hmm.
But then we had Epics yesterday, right?
Yeah,
That thing just kept on going, and then this morning View was there, and of
yeah.
course it did not keep on going. It rolled over pretty severely.
Hmm. Yeah, no kidding. Hey, speaking of that, keep an eye on that HTCR. This is one I actually took. I took a little loss on it when it popped over two the second time. I didn't get it, but it's looking like it wants to maybe hold two again. So that's another crazy little one, right? With 4 million in the float.
Yeah,
Speaking of those,
and look at the insane volume on the five
yeah.
minute time frame.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, 4 million in the float. It's probably going to trade the float at least 5 or 6 times today. It's at 14.6 now. So yeah, and there was a little bit of news. The company says I don't know, some licensing agreement with Transcosmos Digital Technology. Doesn't really matter what it is. It's just the traders looked at that and go, why not?
Yeah, and it's probably not a bad, just think it's sleep all day and then get busy in the afternoon. Who knows?
Exactly, exactly, and that's why I'm always talking about the racing. So even if a stock's only one or two races, click on it, see where it is, and maybe put a price alert at a certain level. If it breaks it, great. Later on, you might want to know about it.
I just think I'm going to have to get into a little bit right now. That way I'll keep an eye on it. Let's see here. Let me just pick a level here just to put a in case I get distracted.
Yeah, which is easy.
Yeah, I've
It's through the VWAP. The VWAP's at 201, if that makes any difference to you.
give me 1 second here. Sell stop there. Huh. Okay, there we go.
All right.
All right, Barry, let me grab the screen from you and let's see. It would help if I hit the right button. There we go. Okay, my friend.
Okay, thanks, Jamie. I'll show up at 10:02. Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll see you then.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
no. Okay, bye bye. Okay, guys. I've been talking to Jamie in
Hello, everybody. 1 second here while I make a few adjustments. All right, decent little crowd in here, a little bit bigger than normal. Um, if you're new, perhaps maybe you're a test drive participant, welcome. To all the regulars, hello. And just make sure that if you have a question about trade ideas, about any of the windows, any of the functionality, just use the questions panel or the message panel to get your question out there. I'll do my best to answer it. All right, so it's been a little interesting this morning. Had some big runners on the open, and then everything just kind of went to sleep. Here's the one that Barry and I were just discussing, this view. Let's see here. I got rid of my pre-market, but let's just take a look here. Forgot what it looked like now. Okay, so right about here, I went a little bit early, anticipating that this pre-market range would get popped and it would take a run, and that's exactly what it did. So I bought a little bit here and just wasn't taking any chances today. If you look over here at the daily, you can see like, okay, gonna run smack dab into the 50, took it off. What are you gonna do? Consolidates for a little bit, then takes a rip up to that 200 day. And I believe there was believe, did View ever halt? Make sure that's on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's the halt for View. And then once the halt came off, boy, look at that vicious 5-minute candle right there. But hey, that's what happens sometimes. Versus what we saw in Epics yesterday. And you never know which ones are going to really keep going. I mean, they could have massive volume, they could roll at any time, but this little guy yesterday just kept on going with massive volume all throughout the day. So whether it's Epics yesterday or whether it's View today, once you get up, you got to protect that profit. Use your stop losses and your stops accordingly, because it's easy for these low floaters to make these massive moves. But opportunity nonetheless. And of course, those were all derived from the race stocks. All right, APPH getting a little frisky here. Doesn't look like it has a whole lot of room if we look to the left over here. Looking at this level right here. Of course, if it does get really frisky, we could visit that wick up there. You get pretty decent 5-minute volume at 6 times normal, and the volume is starting to pick up here. I've been sitting in that one, a little tester position, just about all morning. And I just added a little bit. We'll see what happens here. Let me readjust my share size here. Okay, there we go. Iris, I'm doing fine. How are you? All right, so no questions yet, but you can see, as Barry was saying earlier, he's a simple trader. I like to think of myself as a simpleton when it comes to trading as well, and that is good in my opinion. Don't have too many windows up here. I've got my 3 main races. I've got another race that I pay attention to on another screen. Once I like one of these stocks in the first hour, every stock that's winning a 1-minute race, and by the way, these are all 1-minute races, all I do is I come up here and I click the like button. That adds it to my liked symbol list, as you can see over here, which is also attached to my daily high window. So as soon as the ones that I've liked start to hit daily highs, I take a peek, see if it's meeting the pattern that I find conducive, and just take it from there. All right, so notice the volume kind of slacked off here on APPH. After that first run, we took a little pullback. Of course, let me get this to, we'll go 15-minute. I've got a 5 over here. Nice little run up, consolidates for a little bit, and now notice the range is being broken. 1, 2, 3, 4 up for the first hour. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Takes a little hour and 15-minute break, pulls back, and now we are heading higher. APPH. Now you can see right here, see my next high? That's what it's looking at right here. Now, if it gets through there with a little bit of steam, I'm expecting a little resistance right here at this 50 period. But we'll see what happens if it does get up there. About 1% or 2 cents on a $2 stock. No, Iris, nothing new. We, well, the royal we, me, I, if my methodology is functioning like like it typically does, then I don't really change a whole lot. It would really take something really cool or something to get me really amped up to change what I'm doing, because it's really a methodology, right? I know what I'm going to do every morning. I'm going to populate my ticker list with the races, and then I'm going to start about 15 minutes in looking for that pattern, which in my world is a simple opening range break. And if I see that pattern and the risk is acceptable, I'm going to take that trade. So nothing really new as far as what you're seeing here. Been watching these same three races for months now, and they continue to produce the candidates that I like to trade. So nothing really new, just the same old process. Now, while we're talking about process, there's not a whole lot of guesswork when the market opens, right? I populate my list, I look for my pattern. If I'm hitting the pattern properly, for example, on APPH, it would be here. Once again, looks very similar to what we're seeing in the HTCR. Well, actually not this. Well, this one could produce 1, 2, 3, 45 minutes. Now HTCR is hovering right down here. Looks like the 10 period is in control. Now, if HTCR comes up here and cracks this 238 level, I'm probably going to take a stab at adding a little bit more and see if we can get a move higher. Now, what really stands out about HTCR right here is the volume. Look at this volume on the 5 minutes, okay? Divide that by 100, and that's your X factor. Relative volume pushing almost 30, 15 million when there's only 4 million in the float. So this thing could get crazy. We'll just have to wait and see. Unless it goes up here and breaks this level, I'm not going to worry about it. And wealth workshop tonight. You talking about a workshop that you're attending? Because I don't have any workshops on the agenda for the evening. That's right, Teddy. Okay, so Iris, when you try to change the minutes to run in the race, it's not moving. So if we go to show race setup, you have to stop the race first to be able to modify these levels right here. So notice it's all grayed out. So I would have to stop the race if I wanted to adjust those. APPH, trucking up a little bit more. All right, we like that. Last little addition in the money, so we'll see what happens here. Will it stop? And Barry talks about this all the time. When he sees stocks with just, barely any room, he typically won't take the trade. But sometimes they just keep chewing through these little 2 and 3 cent resistance levels. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. This is going to be an interesting experiment to see how this one reacts. But once again, expecting a little bit of supply up here around the 220 area if we do get up there with this looming 50 period here. Hi, do you ever trade moving average crossovers? Um, I do not, left lane. That's not to say that you can't get some good setups on those moving average crossovers. Just not my cup of tea. Hey, what's up, Mike? Where do I get help with setting up scans? Well, depending on, what you're looking for, I might be able to help you here. Wealth, trade a day. Can you share your races, please? Sure, no problem. Okay, so I'll share this one over here first. Notice the name of this race over here, Dawn of the Dead. This is a top list that Andy Lindelof put together. Well, it's probably been years ago, but it's looking for stocks that have been beaten down and ones that are, starting to come back to life, i.e., the name, like a zombie, Dawn of the Dead. So let me drop this one in first. And I'll show you how to do that in just a second, Alan. Let me get this Dawn of the Dead race in there. Okay, and this one is simply looking at positive change from the open. All right, there's that one. Now this one here is looking at change in the 1 minute period. Now, if we bring the top list forward, you'll notice this is the column that I'm focusing on. How much did something move in the prior 1 minute period? Now, here's the catch. In a top list, that filter does not come native, right? 1 minute change is available in an alert window by default, but not in a top list. So I have to use a custom filter for that change in 1 minute. So just keep in mind when I drop this cloud link, if you want to use the list in the capacity or the top or the race in the capacity that I'm using it, we have to point based on change in 1 minute. So you're going to have to install that filter as a column using a custom filter. And I do believe that was U45. Let me check because I'll drop the custom filter in the chat for you. Yep, U45. So first the cloud link. And there's the cloud link. Now let me get the filter for you. Let's come over here to the formula editor. Find U45. And there we have it right there. That's the simple formula. And you can just come into the formula editor, assign a prefix that's not being used, just drop it into here, name it accordingly. Just leave format on 1 and graphics none. You should be fine. So 1min change custom filter formula. All right, so there is the formula for that 1 minute change. All right, now I got to back up here since I'm hogging up all the chat space. Okay, Alan, back to your question. How do you change a 10-minute race to a 2-minute race? Okay, we have to stop the race first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this race so I can leave the other one running. Okay, I stop the race. I right click. I say show race setup. If I want to change the 1 minute to a 10-minute, just make the change there and then start the race. So you have to stop the race before you can affect these changes in these fields here. So that's how we change the length of the race. All right, we're getting a little action here in the HTCR. Okay, so remember, waiting for it to happen. Where did I pick that last bit up with Barry? Yeah, I picked up that last bit right here at $2 when Barry and I were chatting about it. And boy, this could get really interesting. However, when it does hit a high, I should hear my little alert window here screaming at me. Um, so looking good thus far. Give me 1 second here. Okay. No, Teddy, there are no customs. I don't think there are customs in Dawn of the Dead, but let me check. I want to say nope. Pretty sure I'm right. Look at the columns here. Nope, these are all stock filters over here. Only one that has the custom is the change in 1 minute. All right. Yeah, well, we can play around with that on the VWAP with low float, high volume. Here, let me just give me 1 second here. VWAP, high volume, low float. That way I don't have to keep scrolling back in the chat there. Just going to jot this down and we'll play around with that for a moment. In just a moment, looking at Amir, would you go over one of your favorite setups and are you able to set an alert for it in TI? Sure. Okay, so perhaps you were listening when I was describing my methodology that I like to use, taking race winners right off the open on 1 minute races and liking every symbol that wins a race. And I try to do that bare minimum for the first 30 minutes, optimally the first hour if I have the bandwidth, if things aren't going too crazy at the time. Um, and then I watch for a simple opening range break. Now, what we have playing out here in HTCR is the pattern that I look for. Some of them happen quickly. Some can happen in the first 15 minutes. That's when I start to look to take trades. As Barry always says, he sits out the first 15. Sometimes, like in the case of View this morning, if I see it's about to pop the pre-market range, right, like View did, I went a little early, but I was betting on this pre-market range getting cracked right here. And if it did, a lift higher. And that's exactly what happened. So I went a little early right here. And of course, we got the break. And then I got out up here as we came up to this first moving average, the 50 period. Okay. Left money on the table, but don't really care. Would have liked to have gotten that additional move, but hey, sometimes they go, sometimes they don't. But notice the range break on the pre-market. So I like those. But I extend that same pattern out to the regular market and look for stocks that are breaking their opening range thus far. So in the case of HTCR, notice just like View in the pre-market, we ran up for the first 5, 10, or excuse me, 45 minutes. Then we backed off, went range bound. And now it's looking like we might go up here and test this high. And if we do, that's going to be an opening range break. Okay. So the true low is down here. That's a pretty big range. If I go ahead and drop another line right here, that's a pretty big range, but I'm focusing on this consolidation area up here. All right. This part of this risk isn't even in play because if this thing does bust the high, which is 239, so we print 240 and I take that trade. Let's say it happens in this candle and we've got 2 more minutes before this candle closes. Okay. If it runs up here and pops that high and I add some more at 240 here, the low of the prior 15-minute candle is going to be my stop. That's a pretty juicy stop for a low price stock. Okay. So not really sure I would, I don't know. We'll just have to see what it looks like if it gets up there. Now, if this candle closes and then the next candle is going to bust that 240, I would use the low of this candle which still is 204. So that's a pretty juicy stop for a $2 stock. So I don't even know if I would add any here. I might just sit with what I got. If it goes crazy, so be it. Um, Looking to the left here, if it does get through this level with some gumption, right? Looking at this little area back here, we could be looking at 278, 279. But that's a little cart before the horse. That's just what might happen if we do come up here and break that high. Now, APPH, same song, same dance. Okay. Notice what it did in the pre-market. I didn't take this one pre-market, but notice right here, it busted this range and moved higher. And we went up for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hour and 15 minutes. We take the pullback. A good sign of strength is it staying above that 10 period here. And it crept back up here, and boom, right here is where I would look to enter. And let's see what my cost is there. Yeah, it's just hovering right around there. So I took some here, it's been in the money a little bit, but we'll see what happens, right? Now, if I'm wrong, my stop, oops, it moved on me, is the low of this candle here, which currently is only $1.98. So who was asking about that? So Amir, my favorite setup is a simple opening range break, and that's how I'll go about monitoring them and executing. Okay, Raj, the question, what is the rationale to use 1 minute change filter? Um, it's just a personal preference because 1 minute is the smallest time frame that we look at. So if a stock is really motoring, um, say off the open or after the first 15 minutes, whatever, any time of the day, once the races begin, then I feel as though I'm being alerted to the fast movers a little bit quicker. Okay, you go to 2 minutes, you got to wait that additional 2 minutes to get the report. So 1 minute change, watching 1 minute races. I'm just trying to get a bead on the active stocks as soon as I can. That's my whole rationale between with using 1 minute change. So, Amer, are you asking me if would I short if, let's say, for example, and I tell you what, let me check here. That is 198. I would not short if I'm playing one of these breakout patterns and it fails. That doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to short it. It's just going to fail and stop me out. I'm just going to move on, assuming that's what you meant there. Oh, HTCR. Okay, well, once again, if we go ahead and pop this level up here and it fails, if it doesn't go up, okay, that's the bet that I'm making because all the action right here tells me that the uptrend, the buyers are in control. If we saw a close below this green line here, well, that's when you know the short-term momentum party could be coming to a close. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to turn around and short it. Is there a possibility if I saw something crazy happen, if the whole market started going down and this failed, maybe in conjunction with the market, that'd be a good short, but it's not usually what I'm looking at. If an opening range break to the upside fails, then it fails. I'm not trying to counter trade it. Okay, so can you use races for swing trades like a few days rather than daily momentum trades? Sure. Greg, that's the thing about any of the windows that you're using in trade ideas, whether it's an alert window, a top list, a race, you may be looking for scalps. A lot of people do a little of both, right? But really, what's going to predicate you holding something overnight or for multiple days, and hoping for a move in the direction you're aiming for, whether that's short or long, that's going to be the daily, right? So, for example, HTCR, I'm looking purely as a scalp play. Okay. Um, Look at the day that it's having today. We can see the levels of resistance here. Now, if HTCR really gets a big move and we get above this 239 level, and let's say HTCR closed strong above this level, yeah, you might want to take it for a swing. You might want to take it for a spin, but uh, I would, I personally would always shy away from taking things home that have days like this being the prior day. All right. Um, when we're talking about swing trades, you're going to want, you know, conducive moving averages, preferably everything, the stock being above all of the moving averages, looking very technically sound. So, a lot of people will scalp if a setup looks good, you know, you scalp in or you buy more shares than you normally do. You get that initial intraday pop. You take some off the table. You've booked a little profits. A lot of the times people use that to pad. If it looks good on the daily, then you can take a little bit home. You've already made some money on the scalp. You set your stop loss. Then you're good to go. But as far as swing trades go, and I have not forgotten about you, Wealth. We'll get to that scan building here in just a second. But let's see. Okay. Notice the trader's eye is blank right now. And that's all the traders here, mainly Steve, Andy, Michael Noss. If they spot a good swing trade, they'll pop it into the trader's eye. But notice it's blank right now because swing trading is a little bit quirky right now. A lot of people are just scalping and only taking the real strong ones. Of course, Andy's always in a bunch of stuff. Um, but to get a good glimpse, we could always pull up the Market Explorer, right? So if we're wanting things that are strong, we could always go, hey, let's select the strategy, support and resistance. Let's go to add support daily long term. Okay. Now, if you start scrolling through these stocks, you're going to start to see things that are looking pretty strong on the daily. Okay. AFG above all the major moving averages, the 10 period momentum tested the 200 period yesterday and is above it today. So AFG looking strong, right? But these are all going to be relatively strong. Notice the little pink line down here. That's relative strength as well. HIG. So you're going to see these are going to look a lot different than most of the race stocks that I'm pulling up here. So if you're looking for good swing trades, Market Explorer, add support on the weekly would be a good place to find some of those good swing setups. And then if you like something like this, close below the 50 period would be a good out at this point in time on EQ&R, so forth and so on. An accumulation scanner, something that shows stocks getting larger orders on low volume and gaining volume in the next few days. You know, that is not something that can probably be easily configured, right? If you look at the relative volume on Surf, it's having a decent day today. Um, one, two, third day in a row. All right, 3 consecutive days up. Looks like it might try to close above that 50 period there. But as far as increasing volume goes, or what you're referring to as an accumulation scanner, um, that's one of the filters that I always watch, right? Relative volume. That's my go-to, right? So, for example, if we look at the volume on the day before, we were at 489,000. Then on this day, 347, 508, and 553. So this little guy usually trades, well, I thought I had my 3 month up here. Let's see what this guy says. See, on these days, it's averaging almost 500,000 shares a day over the past 3 months. And when we look here, we got 489, 347. So it was lower volume here. Once we got above the 10, we're still only at 500,000. And even today, we're only 50,000 shares above its 3 month average. So it is doing a little bit higher relative volume, but I don't know if you're looking at volume metrics or accumulation, it's easy to look and go, well, I would have liked to have known about it here. But at that point in time, were we at all-time lows? It looks like, well, not quite, but we were getting pretty close, right? Well, Greg, to your point, the only reason you would take something home, for a swing trade is if you liked what was going on the daily or maybe even the weekly chart to assess your risk levels and where the thing might go. So let's use surf for an example. Before yesterday came into play, you know, this is a pretty identifiable level here. Okay. First, it was this level. We opened up at what price? We opened up at 99 cents yesterday. So way down here. So if we were, monitoring surf, maybe it's set up good on the intraday. We know that our room down here from 98 cents, if this thing gets up in boogies, it's probably going to find a little supply here. And yesterday, that's exactly where it stopped. Then today we opened up at a buck 14. So right at basically yesterday's high, volumes in it. And now look where we're stopping today. We wicked up here right through the 50 period. And now look at that line, perfectly matching with the wick back from October 4th. Okay. So see, this was potential. When we were down here, these were the potential levels that it might get to. Here first, if it still has volume, it might go all the way up to here. How do I know this? Just by looking left and dropping a couple of lines, right? Also coinciding with this area back here that looks like if we get a close above this level, well, then this area back here could potentially become support. Let's say that it does moving forward. Well, then this is our next level of interest here, the room that we might have if the momentum continues. So see, you have to identify where might the stock go if I'm right, okay? First stop, second stop, third stop. And then apparently, if 3, 4 days down the road, if we are up here and we get a close above here, well, then we'd have to look back a little further and go, okay, well, if it keeps on going, there's my next area of interest matching up with this area back here, which could potentially act as supply or resistance, right? So that's how we map out if the thing goes in our direction, these are all the levels that we got to pay attention to. Now that's if the trade works, right? But let's say you're liking it right now. You got 2 days of up move. This is day number 3. Maybe it continues, maybe it doesn't. But if you do want to take a stab at it at this point in time as a swing trade, I would identify these levels down here as my stop level, right? We get a close below the 20 period, which is the red line, or the 10 period. Go a little bit below that and go, okay, I'll take a stab and maybe we continue up. But if I'm wrong, I know what my exit is. That way you don't have to stare at everything. Once you've made your entry and you know what your risk level is, put your stop in, you forget about it. Trade either works or it doesn't. So Greg, I hope that, was useful. All right, Sev, can you show how to monitor the break from open from the watch list selected from the morning races? Sure. Okay. So let's say it's 30 minutes in. I've been liking every race, so it shows up on my list. Now, this is the window that I use to monitor my liked list. If I hit configure here, notice it's only looking at my liked personal list, and all I've got checked off here is a new high alert, because if something is hitting a new high, or if something is breaking its opening range, it can't do it without hitting a new high. Okay, so notice HTCR is still in its range. Bottom of the range is way down here, but it's tightening up, anticipating that at some point in the day we might go test this range break right here. So if HTCR does come up here and print a new high, which would be $2.40, I'm going to be alerted here. Okay. Notice there's not really anything coming through. Last one to come through was CNTX, but it's well past its, uh, this was the original breakout area right here. Had, a good amount of time to take advantage at 121, but you would have had to catch it right here. Even this is a little chasey. This is certainly way too chasey because the area of interest, the timing on this trade was getting long right here about $1.20 as it was breaking the levels, right? This is too late. If we look at APPH, all right, nice run up for the first hour and change. Then it consolidates. Then it breaks out right here. So I'm in it right here. We got a little lift, and now we're coming back down here. And this area of what used to be resistance is now hopefully going to act as support moving forward. Hopefully, we'll go retest these levels at some point in time. But that's what happens to a lot of these breakout plays. If they do pull back, they bust through. This was the ceiling for the short term. Now it's acting as the floor. Now there's a pretty tight stop on this because we had very little movement here. So my entry's at 201, and I'll probably use the outside of that candle right there. Probably go down to like $1.94 on the stop, just since it's so tight there. But we'll see what happens. Okay, Mitch, yes, I can define the opening range here. Okay, so APPH, this is the first candle of the day right here, the first 15-minute candle of the day. And we can see, this is pre-market right here, the mauve area, but this is the first candle of the day. The low of that candle was $1.79. I'll drop a line there. So that is our low of the day. Now I'll just move this guy out of the way. So what you see right here between here and all the way up to here before the range break occurred, right here, this was the opening range. The low, it put in the high, and then once it came back down here and started edging its way up, see, it's in its range. When it cracks this level right here, the previous high, that's when it's popping out of its range. So this was the pre-market range. And then as we crept up here, or not the pre-market range. This was the opening range. Low, high, then it goes range bound, then it creeps back up and pops that range. Now, sometimes, there was some energy expenditure, early on. A lot of the times they'll open up flat and just go sideways for a good while, and then they'll pop. So they don't always run up and flag like this. If once again we take a look at HTCR, it also had a nice run up, and we're flagging up here, flirting with the highs there. ASPN, this is one that I traded earlier in the day, but we're going to have to go back on the 5-minute. This one, okay. So check this one out. This one happened after 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3. So on this opening candle, it set both the high and the low. The high was 1134. The low was 1041. So like I said, I start looking at these things. I start paying attention to this ticker 15 minutes in, 5, 10, 15. 20 minutes in is when this one broke. 1, 2, 3, 4. High, low, comes back up here and cracks the high right here. Now, if I took the trade right here as it was breaking that level of that little plane right there, what do? I look back 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3. It was a larger risk, so I had to risk considerable amount there. But you can see here, it took a little pullback, went up again. This is even a repeat of the same pattern. That would have been a good time to add. Takes its pullback, marches back up, pops its range again, and then had a nice little move there. Okay. So anytime I'm taking an opening range break, I look at the prior 15 minutes. I take the low of the prior 15 minutes. That's going to be my stop loss. Now it gets a little easier to identify as we move out from the open. CNTX trying to go a little bit more. So Mitch, it's not a time frame. Right. So getting back to time frames, after the first hour or so, I'll switch to 15-minute candles. But on the open, I'm watching 5-minute candles. Now, range break can occur after 15 minutes. It can happen at 20 minutes, 30 minutes. A range break can happen at any time of the day, right? Some of them happen 2, 3, 4 hours after the market is open, right? Um, but I'm watching 5-minute candles on the open because if I start looking at opening 15-minute range breaks, that at least gives me 3 candles to look at, okay? I could even go 3-minute or 2-minute candles for, so that there's enough candles to show a pattern, right? Just easier on the eye. So the time frame that you're using for intraday is completely up to you. It's personal preference. The more candles, the more conducive the pattern can be. It really just depends on how early you want to get started trading. Okay, so wealth, like I said, I did not forget about you. So it looks like I've mashed through most of the questions there. But as far as a VWAP scan goes, let me see if I know I have some things in the cloud. I used to be a big VWAP trader, convergence to the mean, but that was a long time ago and the markets have changed significantly. Hugging the VWAP, crossed above VWAP, VWAP divergence of 4% or higher. So let's say you want to find things hugging the VWAP. Notice this is a top list, and I've got distance from VWAP1 in here, and I've got a pretty tight range dialed in here. So it has to be at least 0.5% above the VWAP, but not more than 1% above. Okay. So I don't have VWAP on this chart, but if I did, and I started clicking through all of these stocks, then for example, STAR is going to be 1% above VWAP. If I wanted to find things not so extended, I could go back here and sort and go, okay, all of these things are going to be at least 0.5% above VWAP, but no more than 1% above the VWAP. So this is a real simple way to identify stocks that are hugging or, in close proximity within 1/2 of 1% of the VWAP. Now you saw I had quite a few other things in here for VWAP. Okay, here's an alert window. Okay, and in this alert window, we're not using the VWAP filter. We're using a positive VWAP divergence of 4% or higher, meaning, hey, this stock is currently trading 4% above the volume weighted average price of all shares traded today, right? So, two schools of thought there. Is it going to keep going, or is it going to pull back and come back down? Is it going to converge back to the mean? So, depending on the way you want to use these things, um, wealth, are you looking to trade them in a contrary fashion or go with the trend? Well, thank you very much, Mike. Okay, so left lane, back to your question. You have no way to see increasing volume being made on bigger order sizes. Well, we don't watch order sizes, okay? When you're talking about order sizes, the only thing I can reference on that is you're talking about the time in sales, the amount of shares that are trading in each trade, right? Um, we don't look at time in sales. We look at that for prints, right? But as far as looking at exact block sizes of transactions, the only thing that I could think of would be stocks that are doing high relative volume and that are changing rapidly in the smaller time. I don't know. That's, you know, if you're talking about daily lane, um, we just don't track things in that type of metric, right? Order sizes, you know. Now we have a block trade alert. More of it's an alert to look into the company for a potential news catalyst. Yeah, possibly. That could possibly be it. Of course, news always seems to hit and the event has already it seems like the stocks already make the moves a lot of the times before the news hits. Not all the time, but most of the time. And with all the news algos all over the stocks, that is the case most of the time. But if you're wanting to focus on larger transaction sizes, then we do have a block trade. So for that type of activity, this is just an idea. I'm just kind of spitballing here. But let's say you pick the block trade alert, and you said, okay, I want to see, a minimum print. Now, I don't know what that's going to be, but could be 1,000 share trade, could be a 2,000 share trade, could be a 5,000 share trade. But we could say, okay, only show me when the stock is trading 2,000 shares, ripping off 2,000 share blocks, and I want to see relative volume at 2 or higher, right? Now, if you wanted to see the actual value of the block trade there, we'd have to install a quality. Oh, let's see here. Huh, interesting. HTCR just ripped off a 5,000 share block. CNTX, 5,143 shares. So for increasing block size or increasing order size with high relative volume, hey, and it'd also be nice maybe to see relative volume as a column. So this is definitely going to show you things doing big block sizes with higher than normal relative volume. Showing relative volume of 2, that's my minimum. And then that column would actually show you the exact value. So left lane, I don't know if that resonates with you, but that's where my brain goes. If you're wanting to monitor trade sizes, or in other words, time and sales, this would be a way to do it with the block size and looking at stocks doing increasing or higher than normal relative volume. Yeah, it's just a different. I mean, that's a tricky business right there. Because who knows how long the stock might do it. It might do it for a day, it might do it for 2 days, 3 days. But if it's doing big blocks on high relative volume, well, then you know something's percolating, you know, underneath the rug, right? And that's what happens a lot of the time. These weird little things happen, and then the move occurs. So it's all about finding what those weird little things, are that could potentially act as an edge. Oh, look, view from earlier, cracking off 138,000 shares while it's sitting down here at the bottom of its range. I'm almost tempted. What's the low here? 132? I mean, you can basically risk 5 cents here and go, you know what? This thing might pop. I can risk 5 cents right here. It worked yesterday. Or no, it worked on uh, what was the one yesterday? Can't remember the symbol all of a sudden. It worked yesterday on that one at the $4 level. The risk was so small, you could have gotten away with risking like a dime, and it went up 40 cents. So this is kind of looking the same. Epics, that's what I'm talking about. Sure, if you want the big block scanner.
Jamie,
Hey, Barry.
I am back a little early. Was going to be nip and tuck. I let my dog out about a minute ago, and she started taking a long time. If you,
That's okay.
I was going, come on, Chloe, you got to get in here, because I got to relieve Jamie.
I
So
know all
relieve
this,
yourself.
all these pets take up so much time, Barry, don't
Oh
they?
my God, yeah, but I love it. Yeah,
Yeah,
you have any pets, Jamie?
I do. I had a vagabond that came up to my place in California when I still lived there.
Hmm.
A feline friend that I was like, well, he's been hanging out for 2 years. I can't just leave him, so I had him shipped back here to Texas.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I love cats.
yeah. I like cats,
Love
dogs.
cats.
I like
Yeah,
animals in
we got
general.
we got we got one of each. So
Yeah, yeah.
anyway,
Okay,
Jamie, you probably want to take off,
so
right?
Raj was asking for that cloud link for the block scanner. I dropped that in there. Okay, yeah, time
Okay.
flies.
Yeah.
Okay, Barry. Well, we're still just watching the old HTCR.
Yeah, it's just taking its own sweet time, but as you said, and I know I've said it, you never know. Later on in the day, you get some excitement back into it and it could just pop up. You just never know. That's why you just can't lose sight of it.
Yep, exactly. And look, it just, we were just configuring a large block scanner. Well, turns out
Hmm.
HTCR is printing a lot of large blocks as it meanders around right here.
Interesting. Yeah, I
Interesting.
haven't
Yeah,
used that scanner in a long time,
I
but
know, me either. It's like, what? Blast from the past. Okay, my
yeah.
friend. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time. And Barry, may you have a profitable rest of the day, sir.
And you too, Jamie. Okay,
All
thanks
right.
a lot.
We'll
Bye bye.
talk to you later. I'll let you grab the screen here
Oh
before
yeah,
I.
right. I almost forgot to do that. Okay, here we
And
go.
okay, we'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
Okay. All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Just let me get my music together, and Will Thinker, I will certainly help you. Just let me get my music on, and then we're good to go. So, just before I Mr. Wealth, that AMH is turning out to be not bad. Okay, I'm still in it. Took that. That was from Zach Scan, 3120. Not doing too badly. My fantasy level. Well, it's going right into the VWAP right now. So, will that stall it? That's what I'm eyeballing right now. If it doesn't stall it, though, maybe you can get up to that 3178 mark. Okay, so wealth. So you're talking about a break of the VWAP, right? Either up or down. Doesn't matter. Can you hear me now? I just need a yes that you can hear me and see my screen, Wealth. So before I do anything, I have to know that you can hear and see me, okay? Talking to Wealth in the main room. Okay, while I'm waiting. So thank you, Zach, for pointing me to that BW. I know it showed up on my scanner, but I hadn't really seen it. I was involved in other stuff. So, but that, yeah, I mean, now it's getting closer and closer to 5. I think that's. I don't know if we don't have dollar SPX. Let me just see if we do. I don't think so. I think it's been asked. Yeah, we don't have dollar. I guess we don't have SPX. No. As somebody said, you can use the SPY, obviously, but okay, you hear me. Okay. Okay. So the question to you, Wealth, are you looking for a VWAP break, like something that breaking above the VWAP or below it? Okay. Can you answer? Okay. So we do have. I mean, I'm going to show you how you can do it, okay? Because I think it's important. But if you right click on an alert window, okay, because you want an alert window, but if you right click and then click on configure and then click on search, you following so far? And then if you type in VWAP, this is what we have. So we've got the cross above and cross below. So you could have them in one alert window if you want. All you have to do, so you see these are the two alerts. Now, I will warn you, these require some volume confirmation. So sometimes you're going to get an alert and you'll look, hey, wait a minute, it's not like a pen, it's more than a penny above or a penny below. It can happen. Okay. Just to let you know. But I will create an alert window for you and then you can massage it as you see fit. Okay. So again, we just click on new alert window. start from scratch, load those settings. So now I've got a blank slate. And now again, I can search for the VWAP. And I can highlight both of them. Okay, add the alerts. So there they are. You have to remember to check them. Okay, so now there's the alert. Now you said, what was your price range? Low float. Okay, between two. Okay, so here's your price, 2 and 25. Well, you should learn how to do this, because this is just, and I'm just going to show you. But now, what do you consider low float? Like, what do you consider to be a low float? And here's the float right here. $50 million. So you want a float of no more than 50 million? Or I can't understand what you posted there. It looks like 50.000, or maybe it's 50 comma. I can't quite see that. So I'm still waiting. What do you consider low float? 50 million shares, 10 million shares, 20 million shares? Just a matter of putting it in the max, that's all. So I do need some help, okay? I need some data from you, like what you consider a low float, and then also high volume. What do you consider high volume? I would use relative volume. I'd probably put a minimum volume and then use the relative volume filter. Okay, so 50 million. Okay, so 50 million. So we'll put a 50 million max. Okay. And then I'm just going to make it up for you. Okay. I'm going to put volume today is at least 200,000. Now you have to understand how to change this if you want, but then I'm also going to use relative volume, say of 3. So it's got to be a minimum 200,000 shares, but it's trading 3 times normal. Okay. So that's what you want, in my opinion. So if I click on the summary right now, so stocks are crossing above the VWAP or crossing below between 2 and 25. Current volume is at least 3, so it's trading at least 3 times normal, at least 200,000 shares, and the float is no more than 50 million. How's that? And I'll call it wealth. You should be able to go in there and make your changes. If you don't like that price range, if you want to, if you want higher, you have to learn how to do stuff like this. Okay. So there it is. And let me add a couple of columns though for you. Now, this is taking a long time because I've got so many duplicate alerts and top list windows in there. I'm going to have to spend an hour or so deleting a lot. So let me get the column. So we got the price. Let's getting the volume in. We'll get the float in. And where's that relative volume? Relative volume. Okay. So this is what it looks like right now. So you got the alert as an example for FDMT at 971, and the VWAP was 974. So I mean, it's pretty close. But you see, it's confirmed. It's a volume confirmation. You can't control that. Okay. So we good to go? And if you want to adjust it, you just take it. So here's HBNC. Where's the VWAP? 1628. We got the alert at 1633. Now, if you think that's too late, there's nothing we can do about it. But hopefully, you're not in it for to make 2 or 3 cents. I mean, this could be a nice VWAP break right now. I mean, who knows? Maybe this keeps moving. And you're looking for a lot more than. So I personally would never get hung up. I mean, if the VWAP is at 1628 and you want the alert at 1629 and it came at 1633, I mean, you just have to deal with that because it's confirmed by volume. So are we good to go? Now, if you want to make a change, you right click, configure, and click on that summary. Here it is. And if you want to change something, you just left click on the icon. Okay. And it'll bring you to the icon and you can make any change you want. You can add some filters if you want. You can, okay. So I'll give this to you, all right? Oh no, you have to, there's the cloud link. Now you have to click on it. See, I don't know, have you gone through the lessons at all, Will Thinker? Because, and I'm not picking on you, believe me, but I mean, most of this is covered, the cloud and all that. Okay. So there's the cloud link. Okay. So you just click on it and it should appear in a browser, a new browser tab. Typically, all you have to do is click and highlight it. Now it's highlighted. Okay, once it's highlighted, that means it's copied. And then File, Load from Cloud. And you see how it ends in 631? You see how that ends in 631? So typically, that's all you have to do. It'll automatically appear here. Now, in the off chance that it doesn't, you might have to paste it in. Control V it in. Okay, and then you just load it. And when you load it, just popped up on my other side. Now, if you want it, don't forget to save it to your cloud now, because if you just exit Trade Ideas right now without, without doing any saving, this won't, but, so obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, right click, and if you like it, save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud, okay? So I took it from my cloud, posted the link in, you take a look at it, you like it, and then save it to your cloud. Hopefully that all makes sense. Hmm. So this was an IPO today, I guess, right? SLNA, is that right? An IPO today? Oh, no, 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 it isn't. Well, it is sort of. It's a SPAC that, so it's a SPAC that now has turned into SLNA. That seems pretty good. I mean, most SPACs, as you know, are around $10. So obviously there's a little bit of enthusiasm for this one so far. Not a lot of volume though. Look at that 88,000 shares. So yeah, you're right. If shorts were available, but no shorts at, and even Zach has no shorts at Centerpoint. Because, this is nonsensical to go from 10 to 26 on 88,000 shares. How do we do symbol linking in Trade Ideas? So are you talking about linking to a chart, you versus you? Are you talking about that when I click on a symbol, it loads into a chart? Okay, good. Okay, so basically two options, without getting, there are some others, but basically there are two options. If you right click on the chart, and go to properties, okay, click, you don't even have to click on properties. When you get to properties, this box is going to pop up and you see where it says symbol linking. So you either check it or you don't check it. So if you want the symbol linking, so that's why when I click on OII, this changes because this is symbol link, whereas the SPY does not. It is not linked. It's unchecked. Okay. So there's only two options: right click, properties, symbol linking, either checked or not checked. So the question in our YouTube room from Left Lane, where does one find how many shorts are available with a cash account? I don't know whether, if a cash account, or all I can tell you is how I see it in Interactive Brokers. Every broker is going to be different, Left Lane, okay? Some brokers will have shorts, some won't have shorts. So it's really, the individual broker should be able to tell you. With Interactive Brokers, you know, very simply, Interactive Brokers, this tells me how many shorts are available. I can't tell you how to do it in any other account. So but William says that, for instance, E-Trade, you cannot find out how many shorts are available, which is crazy to me, but so okay, like as I said, Left Lane, every broker is different. So there's no place online. You can't, there's no place online because every broker is different. So for instance, at Interactive Brokers, you can't see the symbol, but for OII, there are 2.8 million shares available. Some other broker may have none. Robinhood may have none. I have no idea. You'd have to contact Robinhood to see if there's an easy way to see, whether shorts are available. Okay, every broker is different. Does that make sense? But there's no, you'd have to contact Robinhood, and maybe there's a similar type box that you can look at that'll tell you the number of shares available. How do I get the SPY window? New journey, just click on new chart window, and just type in SPY. This is my default, so well, no, okay, you're not okay, I'm not explaining it well enough, Left Lane. There's no way that Trade Ideas can tell you how many shorts are available on all the different brokers out there. Okay, so I guess that's the answer to the question. No way Trade Ideas can tell you that. Okay, but if you've got Robinhood, just contact them. That's all I do. I mean, I've got this box. This is Interactive Brokers, and so the minute if I'm looking to short something, I'll know immediately if I have shorts available. Every broker is different. Trade Ideas is not, doesn't have access to. And the other thing is that, not that this one would probably change, but sometimes I'll see that there might be 10,000 shares available at the moment. If I look 2 minutes later, they may have all been dried up. Okay, they may have been taken. So that would say 0 shares available. So there's no way the Trade Ideas is going to go into every single brokerage platform out there. It's just not going to have the ability to do that. But just contact Robinhood. If that's your broker, contact Robinhood. They'll tell you. Go online, and go online and ask the question. How do I see short availability on Robinhood? Just. Well, I haven't seen this one for quite a while. EZPW. Now, somebody asked about the SPY. So did that answer your question about the SPY? How to have a SPY chart? Click on New Chart Window. You'll probably have some default showing up. So all you have to do is, if it's not the SPY, that's just my default chart. So if I left click and just start typing, let me start typing. So I change it to AMP. Let's say this was my default chart or default symbol, okay? And so I just left click on the chart and then just start typing SPY, and there it is. Change it. So now you've got your SPY chart. I think that was a long time ago, Market Maker. I'm pretty sure that's gone by the wayside. Somebody's saying you're not allowed to short on Robinhood. Hard to believe that that would be the case now, but Dan, a big move off earnings. I don't think I saw Dan at all. Yeah, big move off earnings. But guess what? Look what it's coming right into, that 200-day moving average. Is that going to stop it? Is that going to stop it? Look at that 200-day moving average at 1644, and it's at 1637 right now. There was no action in the pre-market on Dan at all. Okay, guys, it is devolving just a little bit into politics. Okay, I know what's happening here, so yeah, let's sort of get away from that. Okay. Still, well, I mean, the volume is starting to pick up, but that's a crazy move from 10 to 30. I just seems to be kind of stuck now. Wow. Well, every now and then, I put my wife's company up here as Stantec. Doesn't trade very much. But it is, considering what has happened to the rest of the stocks out there, that's all-time high. US 51.49 now. Got a nice little run. Doesn't trade very much though. It doesn't trade very much on the US nor the Canadian exchange, but this makes the Anderson household very happy with that stock employee share, a stock sharing plan. I might have to, yeah, okay, get this a little more elongated here. Now, Dak, you can't, if you can hear me, you can't blame us for your posting of this stuff, saying you're getting distracted from trading. Okay, okay. All right, guys, what is this EZPW doing? Anything? It looks like it's halted. It's not halted, but it's just sitting here at 910. It's not halted. I don't think it's halted. Anyway, I don't see it. It's on our halt scanner, but it's just not moving after that pop. And it's funny, Dak. I love the afternoon trading. You know why? Because all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you get something like this. Now, this did not keep going or anything, but out of nowhere, something I haven't really seen all day long. I love the afternoon trading. I find it actually somewhat easier because things are more set up than in that first half hour when things are just so can be so volatile. But that's just me, of course. So did Dan, yeah, I should have kept watching Dan going into that 200-day moving average, 1644. So if you short, so you say you're short of that. So to me, 16 could be its its area that it could stall on the short. To me. Now, if you get really lucky, you'll go all the way down to that VWAP, but that's just a little bit under 16. Well, if you look on the 15-minute chart anyway, JK, 1606 looks like there's some, a little bit of support in that area. If you look at my 15-minute chart, now if you get really lucky and there's the VWAP down here, but that's 1588. If it can take out that whole number somehow, but that to me looks like a decent support level. So, which is what, 26 cents away. Okay. I know how easy it is to get distracted though. You're just a helpful guy, Dak. I mean, I know, but you can't allow that to be detrimental to your trading, of course. Now, here's another one that's just kind of languishing, right? Lays. Somebody asked me earlier about it. Well, again, if it, later on, if it can get some volume coming in and take out these highs, because the next high looking left is 350. Yeah, I still have that Ampex on. I only have 4 thumbnail charts, but yeah, this is this is a buy order on this in the simulator that I have at 1254. I mean, it still doesn't look terrible on a daily chart, not terrible, but there's definitely some volume coming in on the sell side. Okay, is somebody in our YouTube room and anybody else who is wondering the same thing? How do I get my chart to zoom in and out? I can't seem to get it to work. Okay, so left click on the chart that you want to zoom in and out. Okay, just to let system know what chart you're in. So left click on it. All right. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Okay, control key pressed down on your keyboard. And then the mouse wheel, scroll wheel on your, sorry, well, scroll wheel on your mouse. Just scroll in and out. Well, this one is not doing anything. Let me get a better chart maybe. Okay, so your shop. Okay, so again, left click on the chart just so the system knows what chart you want to do this in. Control key press down on your keyboard, and with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay, Alan, did that work for you? Hopefully you heard me. Yeah, you can run it on any tablet out there, but it will be the web-based version. But yes, you can. Question is, can you run the on a? What do you mean by? Yeah, okay, yeah, you can run it on an iPad, but you got, but it's a tablet, so you won't be downloading the program, but you can use our web-based version. I wonder if Alan heard me. Wow. AMH is still alive here for me. Still alive through that VWAP. All right. This has been a pretty little steady one in at 31.20. I mean, it's nothing incredible, but yeah, it came from Zach's bounce plays. Oh, I see why you're even seeing the AMPX. Now I see why, because it's on your bounce plays. But first alert was at 11:43. Now the next alert at 11:13. But you're right. This is like a lot of selling happening right now. Okay, no, you can run it on any tablet. Windows, but it's browser based, right? I mean, you when you say a Windows tablet, so if you've got an iPad, that's it's a tablet. I just call it tablet, but it's browser based. It is browser based. Okay, Alan, if you can hear me, I'll just go over it again. Okay, if you can hear me, just say yes. It'll just take 2 seconds. So, I mean, if you have a laptop, obviously a laptop, a PC-based laptop, of course you can download the program. But if you're in a tablet, it has to be browser-based, unless I'm not understanding. Maybe this is just semantics. So it would look like this. See, this is in the browser, right? This is just in my browser. So this is what it will look like. It's called the TI Web. Okay. So, you don't have things like Brokerage Plus, so you can't practice trading if that's important to you. And, you know, Still don't have the races yet in the browser based edition, but I mean, in a pinch, you can certainly use the web-based version. You can have all your if you've saved your layout to the cloud, you can load your layout into the web-based version. You can load scans that you've saved in the cloud to the web-based version. It's just a little bit different. You click on new tools and then load from cloud. Okay, so you can do it. Okay, but again, if it's a Mac, if you're talking about a Mac based, like if it's a Mac, you cannot run the PC based, you cannot run it on your Mac unless you're willing to use a program like Parallels, like an emulation program, or AWS, something like that, because it is a PC. It's a PC program. Oh, I see. So oh, okay. Well, then you're fine. Then yeah, you can just download the program. Make sure you saved everything to the cloud, okay? Your layouts, whatever you want, because instead of you're having to recreate everything, each device, and all you have to do on your laptop is just download the program, and then you can file load from cloud. Okay. Something's wrong with this EZPW. Had the big pop on volume, and then it just stuck. When I say wrong, I mean it just seems to be trading really strangely. It has some room to 940. So nice short JK on the Dan so far, getting closer to that 16 level. Yeah, I guess you can also do that, Jonathan. Never thought of that, but all right, let's take a look at View to see if there's anything interesting with View. So here is, well, okay, unfortunately the VWAP is just above it, 151. But you know what? If this VWAP weren't above it, you can kind of see that if it could get up to say 145 or so, take all out. You can see on the, let me get a big chart up. This is, I want to keep stressing, the importance of following these stocks that are in your top 10 watch list. So, you can kind of see, except for I don't have the VWAP on here, but you can kind of see that if it could take out this 140 level, say the high right there, 145, this could get rocking again. It's just kind of, doing nothing right around, between 133 and 140, doing kind of nothing. But if all of a sudden some volume came in, because traders do see this, what happened earlier in the day. So I'll put it there. I'll stick an alert there and see what happens. The issue is that the 200, the VWAP is just above that. I should actually add that to my, That's not the right. No, too close to the blue. Okay, there we go. And then I'll save this as my default. So every time I open a chart, actually, I should change it to the SPY. I'll save this as my default. So every time I open a chart, it's going to open the SPY chart. That's fine, but it'll have that all the indicators that I want. Yeah, but the Surface Pro is I mean, I call that a laptop. All right, guys. So let's take a look at GNS. Let's see what it's doing, if it's doing anything. Kind of ugly looking, so it's not that interesting to me. THCH, this was the one a little earlier. Yeah, it's kind of ugly looking. How's that Duo doing? Yeah, Zach pointed out the Dan earlier up on earnings. Oh yeah, so if you're out of it now, I mean, you made a little bit, 15, 16 cents, I guess. But Zach pointed that out earlier. And again, guys, look how powerful that 200-day moving average was. Again, it's amazing, isn't it? Got to 1640, 1644 is the 200-day. Doesn't mean that's going to, hold it for all time. But that's why I think you really, really should be aware where the 200-day is. All right, guys. Well, not much action happening here. For me, anyway. Okay, guys. Sorry. Just again, internal discussion happening. Boy, this that meta is just frozen around that 100 mark, isn't it? All right, guys, I'm all out of the AMH, so I'm in nothing right now. And we just had a resume for SLNA, and so it got halted at 29.25, resumed at 32.20. Man, insanely risky, insanely risky. This looks like it's going to get halted again. Well, you know what? Good thing there were no shorts available all the way up. Schwab. Whoa. Yeah, nice move through the 200-day moving average. Hikes the estimate on his Ameritrade client conversion by 10%. Hmm. Boy, that's been going on for a long time. Hmm. That news is from Interactive Brokers anyway, seemed to hit around 121. Yeah, this is it right here. Today's position and range. It's yeah. It should be the position in the daily range, but it's the position in range, Jonathan. Okay, that is the daily range. Question is there a daily range column available for the D? So yeah, I mean, these are just filters, of course. So I mean, if you right click, configure, and do a search, here are all of the filters, that are available to put in that single stock window. And one of them, of course, is the well, this is the daily range. It should be renamed position in daily range, but it isn't. All those technical terms you're throwing at us, harami. Take a look at Boeing. I see an inside day. um, Welcome, by the way, Rye. Absolutely new to trade. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Starting to watch the getting started. Good. Okay. Upgrade available. Um, could be. Is there a version number? Okay. Thanks, Pepe. Yeah. So that is the beta. It's perfectly fine. And you're starting off correctly, at least taking the 30 minutes to take a look at those videos. Okay. Man, things have really just slowed right down. Trying to get a handle on this EZPW. Big volume burst, and then really after that, nothing. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, the 940 mark, a little bit of room. Yeah, oh, it's okay. I mean, you don't have to upgrade to the or update to the beta. You don't have to. I always like using the beta, but you don't have to. Usually, the beta will say what are the differences between the production version. Hey, maybe this is a good scan, guys. So there was integer at 132, broke the VWAP. Again, don't get hung up. 1946, the VWAP is 1941, and now it's starting to move. Not bad. I have to watch this. What happened with Max? Yeah, Max is messy, 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 messy. Integer is also an earnings play. So it tells you where the VWAP is, okay? And that's where the alert happened because it had to be confirmed by volume. Yeah, okay. I mean I named it wealth because that was individual. So why don't I do this, okay? I'll give it another name. Crossing VWAP. Okay, so oh, finally. Okay, crossing VWAP up or down, okay? I'll save it to my cloud also. So here it is. Now this is user is a buyout, so I would of course forget about that one. Hey, no problem. So today is Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting that I'll attend at 2 o'clock Eastern time, of course. Sober's actually had a very quiet day, but it's inching back towards 4 again. Quiet day for it. A little bit of volume coming in. Yeah, Meta just, a little bit of a break underneath 100, 33 cents. Yeah, you're right. AMH is now making its way back up a little bit again. So this is on Zach's bounce scanner and XGN. The issue I've got with it, it looks like there's pretty decent resistance right around that 1960 mark, so it's not that far away. I wish that weren't there. Okay, so Rye, I don't want to talk about docking. The question is, how do I move all? So here's how many monitors do you have? Have a couple of monitors? Whoop! 8 monitors. All right, well, okay. Well, this is what you can do, okay? Because I don't want to talk about docking. There is another way, but I don't want to talk about docking. You're brand new, so it could be a little bit confusing. So this is what you do. Take your toolbar, okay, and put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you will designate as your main monitor out of your 8 monitors, okay? So just do that. Now, you will have to take all the Trade Ideas windows that you've got on your one monitor. I think you're saying it's overlapping over your brokerage platform, but you only have to do this one time. So put all of your Trade Ideas windows where you want them on all your various monitors. Okay? Just arrange them where you want them. I've got 3 monitors as an example, okay? So I do have some other scans, other things going on my other 2 monitors that you can't see. So again, put every Trade Ideas window exactly where you want them on all of your different monitors. Once you've done that, you don't need to do this once. Once you've done that, then click on Tools, Options, and then click on where it says Layouts. And you see where it says Loading Layouts. And check Open relative to main window. If you check that and then save it, remember, save your work. When you exit Trade Ideas, it's going to ask you to want to save. Say yes. Because then when you load Trade Ideas again, all of your Trade Ideas windows, scans, etc., will be exactly where you want them on all your various monitors. Okay? Now, if I went too quickly, just let me know. I can do it again. And then if you want to get fancy, later on, I don't want to overwhelm you though. So if you go to our guide, I'll give you my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, oops. Okay, so this is what you're going to see. And if you click on the education section, and then click on the user guide, and then where you see, in fact, if you're going through those videos, I know there's something on docking there. This is a more detailed version of docking, okay? And which you can, but at the beginning, it's a little bit tricky. I mean, it's once you get the hang of it, it's pretty simple. But this is an example. And I've got rid of my docking, all my dock windows, because it seemed to be affecting the performance of my system. So I'm just testing that. Okay, but this is what docking looks like. How you can group, windows together. Okay, this is what I use in the pre-market. And again, I'm sharing a lot of stuff. On my homepage, you'll see there's a scan section, and those are the scans that I am sharing. But this is what docking looks like. You can take alert windows, top list windows, charts, and put them in what's called a docked window. But it's a little tricky when you're first starting out. So, I wouldn't, unless you're feeling industrious, I wouldn't get bogged down by that. Yeah, and this room is like this all the time, right? We've got all sorts of support going all day. I mean, the room is like this. I mean, it's a trading room, but don't be afraid, guys. Don't be afraid to ask me questions. And then, between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And then between 3:30 and 4, you're in the YouTube room. There are two trading rooms, by the way. This is you're in the YouTube room, not bad, but this is the main room. There's more action, more interaction among traders. So if you ever wanted to show up there, this is the link for it. But what happens is at 3:30 Eastern time, I shut down the main room. And then Chris Varley takes over between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. So lots of support all of the time. Yeah, the performance monitor, let's take a look. Whoops, user notification. Sorry, I guess I have to just elongate this just a bit, get it a little bit bigger. There we go. What are you seeing? So I don't have what you're talking about. Market data subscription messages showing disconnected. Am I just not seeing it? I rarely use this, so I'm sort of. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Seven double V. Wow. I'm not in it anymore, but man, that BW just made another new low. Wow. Yeah, so Seven, I don't know what you mean exactly when it says market data subscription slash messages showing disconnected. I don't have that option here unless I just missing it. Now, no, I am connected to Interactive Brokers, not through here, but so would that mean if I were using Brokerage Plus and I was connected using the live, you could get a message like that? Oh, I see. Okay. I guess I would have that same message if, well, maybe not maybe not disconnected. But let me ask you this. I mean, are you connected? If you click on an alert, I mean, are you using Brokerage Plus to try to trade? See, I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. I just use it to demonstrate the simulator. So when I trade, I'm trading from within within Brokerage Plus. So I'm not getting that same message for that reason. I guess you're getting that message because you are connected using Brokerage Plus to Interactive Brokers, which would mean then you're not getting live data or something. That is something that you might want to, because I'm out of my element there. You might want to go to our homepage and ask that question, okay? And Jamie or somebody who uses Brokerage Plus and E-Trade, I mean, it might be the same sort of thing with E-Trade, but here, I'll give you the homepage and just ask that question, okay? Chris might know also. But go to the homepage. I'm using Interactive Brokers. That's my broker. But I have to get into this marketing meeting, okay? So I'm not sure what Pepe means. Click on the green text, a window will open. If you're talking about this, I use Interactive Brokers, but I trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. But there's a way we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking meaning so again, if you still have questions, though, I can't answer them right now. Maybe Pepe can help you, but if you're still concerned about what's happening, click on the homepage, not my homepage, but the TI homepage. Click on questions and answers, and just ask the question and say, "Hey, this is what's popping up. Is that normal?" Or maybe somebody can answer that question, or maybe Pepe can answer it. But I unfortunately I've got to go. But before I do go, again, the question is, what platform do I do use Interactive Brokers, and we have an external linking tool called, you click on Tools and External Linking. So what external linking does is a tremendous time saver if you're clicking on lots of symbols like I am all day long, because what happens is once you establish your link, when you click on a symbol, it'll load into your order entry into your brokerage platform. So it's a time saver. Okay. All right, guys, I have to go. I'll be back, but I have to attend this meeting. I'll be putting myself on mute. What can't you get to work, Jeremy? I can quit. Well, no, I've got to go. Sorry, guys, I've got to get that. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Lucho, I didn't quite understand your question, okay? Didn't quite understand your question. Is there a way in which I get a copy of your chart on the TI doc? Are you talking about the specific scan that you're seeing? Are you talking about a specific chart? I mean, so I didn't quite understand your question. If you can hear me, hopefully you can hear me. I mean, I'm sharing a lot of scans. I'm sharing, these two races, but I don't quite understand your question. A copy of your chart on the TI doc. Speaking of which, I'm going to do something right now, guys. Just give me a moment. I'm going to bring back my docked layout. So I'll be missing all this stuff at the beginning, but that's okay. I just want to bring up my docked layout because I want to see. Oops, give me a moment. I just want to see what sort of resources this is taking. I do miss the dock layout, I have to admit. Um, Jeremy, are you still around in our YouTube room regarding linking with Interactor Brokers? Okay, so let's do this from scratch, okay? Because it really is easy. It should be easy. So I'm linked. So if I click on Tools and I click on External Linking, okay. Now I don't want to close my link because sometimes when I close my link, I'll just do it. Okay, so I'm going to start from scratch. Hopefully this is going to work. So Tools, External Linking. Okay, so now I'm just going to follow or disable the link. Tools, External Linking. Delete the link. Okay. Okay. So Tools, External Linking. Add the link. Now I just absolutely just follow what it says while keeping this window active, mouse over the target. So I put my pointer right in the order entry. Okay, I put it right into the order entry and I click on shift and now I see what it says. It's linked. The only trick is in the rule in which I have to use Interactive Brokers Live. Say okay. And yeah, that's what yeah, no, I'm linked. Yeah, I'm linked. I sometimes when I do it midday, but I'm linked. Okay, Lucho. Okay, I can give you this. Okay, so what is happening on your end that is not working? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So, Lucho, if you go to my homepage, when you say chart, I mean this is not. I guess it's just semantics. This is a scan, a racing scan. Okay. So, are you saying you want this one? Connection is refused. And you did exactly what I do? Okay. Okay, so you want this one. Okay, sorry, I'm carrying on two different conversations, guys. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, Lucho, click on the homepage link, my homepage, and if you go to the scan section right here, scan section, click here, and this is this rate. Excuse me. There's the race mode, large cap gainers from the open percent. There it is right there. So I've got the two races that I'm sharing, the left one and the right one. Okay, so that's the one I think you want. Okay, I'm going to try again. I've never ever seen something like that. Connection was refused. You have a live account with Interactive Brokers, right? I mean, you have a, I was going to say, do you have the API port set correctly in IB? What is it? 90? I haven't done it for so long. Is it what, 96 or 94 or something like that? And thanks so much, Pepe. All right, guys. Yeah, look at that. That crazy SLNA. It's not over. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just sort of arranging some windows over here. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I've got one more thing I have to do. Okay. Yeah, that's still the issue. Let me get out of. Yeah. By the way, guys, while I was in, I forgot I was still in this one. I'm looking, yay. While I was in the marketing meeting, I can't remember why I clicked on OII. I really can't remember. I don't think it's in one of these. It might have been one of these, but I looked at this and look at what it did. It got down through the 200, not the 200A, the VWAP. That was at 1338. It closed down below it. So I actually, while I was in the marketing meeting, I actually took this short. Just it was at 1331. I took the short, and I'm kind of still in this. Maybe it gets down below 13. Paying a little more attention to crosses of the VWAP. I don't think Twitter is going private. He's just buying them. I don't. I may be wrong, but I mean, is he? Is he? Am I wrong? Well, William should know. It is going private. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was going private. He was just buying them and maintaining the symbol. Oh, okay. Wow. Did not know that. I feel foolish. Well, yeah. Well, tomorrow will be an interesting day, guys. I mean, will he or won't he? Will something come up? Yeah, Jeremy, I don't know how to help you. I mean, if you're doing exactly what I did, I don't know how in the world I can help you. If you got the right port, talking to somebody in our YouTube room, you got the right port for sure. I don't even know what the right port is. I'm just looking, but the so looking at the video, no, that's not going to help because that's going to get you connected through B plus, and that's not what you necessarily want. Yeah, I saw that on my momentum down scan. Holy smokes! The Riley. So I guess that happened on the 19th. That news about acquiring. Is this when it closes or? Yeah, I don't think this HTCR is going to do anything. Doesn't look good now, guys. Too bad it's not shortable. This would be, classic. Look at that, taking out the VWAP and now just moving down below it. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. SPY is, well, of course, when I look at it like that, let me see if I can. That is ugly looking. Yeah, ugly looking. So the Dow has faded a bit. Nas never got positive, I don't think, and the SPY is down. So there you have it. Redfin. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, when this was almost a $100 stock, 44 $4 now. Unbelievable, isn't it? When was that? That was so about a year and 3/4 ago, I guess. Imagine holding this, thinking, okay, it'll pop. It's got to come back. Wow. The devastation in some of these. EPIX. Let's take a look at EPIX from yesterday. Let's see if what it's doing. I mean, look what it did. I mean, it did almost exactly the same thing as it did yesterday. Maybe tomorrow it takes it out. I don't know, but look what it did. There's that 200-day moving average drifting downwards now. Yesterday it poked right into it. Today it did exactly the same thing. I mean, it got up to what, 499, and the 200-day is 508. So I mean, not right to the penny, but very, very close. Oh, okay. No problem. I will okay. So again, click on my link and go to the scans section. My scans right there. I've got education. So it's in between education and the trade of the week. The scan section right here. Click here, and there it is. Race mode, large cap gainers from the open. Let me know if you can see it now. You know what? You guys are absolutely right. Of course I knew that. Because then the talk was, yeah, he takes it private and then he does an IPO a couple of years later, or a year later, or a month later, or a day later. Of course I knew that. So Lucho, let me know if that worked for you. All you have to do is just click on the scans section in my homepage. Okay, the scan section, and then there it is. Yes, no. Let me know if that worked. Okay, Lucho. If for some reason it's still not working, I'll just give you the link. Just easier for me to direct people to my homepage, and then they can take a look at the scans as opposed to my having to put the individual links in all day. But I'll do it for you if for some reason you can't find it. You're not going to Trade Ideas homepage, right? You're going to my homepage. Wow, OI is just giving me a little bit extra here. OII, sorry, OII. This keeps drifting down. This has been a very gratifying trade because it's been nothing's easy, okay, but didn't have any wild gyrations. Love taking a trade when I'm in a in a meeting as the meeting goes on and on and on. Sort of amuse myself. Okay, so here is a case. This is the crossing the VWAP up or down. Okay, so this would be a case, where you get the alert way late. Okay, because whatever reason it wasn't confirmed on volume until 1365. So you just got to, I wouldn't get so bent out of shape about it. Obviously you can't trade it because the VWAP was 1394 and you get the alert at 1365. So it's going to happen. But most of the ones that I've seen are very, very close, within 5 cents or so, which is fine. Okay, you can't find the scans. So you are clicking on my home page, right? When you click on my home page, but he's saying he can't find the scans. He's saying that he's going to my home page and he can't find the scans, which are here in the scan section. I know what you're saying, Real, but he says he can't find the scans. You have to scroll down. Maybe that's what I'm missing. You have to scroll down a bit to see the scan section. But he shouldn't get lost. I mean, he shouldn't get lost though. Like he can't see the scan section, just like there's an education section, there's a trade of the week, and there's the scan section. I think it might be that, he just had to scroll down a bit, maybe. There you go. That's what it was. You didn't scroll down. Okay, cool. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. So now that you've scrolled down, okay, now that you've scrolled down, then you can click on the scans and then just click on this race mode. Well, this is what I do. I don't click on the race mode and it'll pop up in a browser or another tab and just click. Generally, if you just click, it'll highlight the whole thing and then file load from cloud, file load from cloud. And you'll notice, in this case, it didn't. So I'll have to paste it in. Oops. Wouldn't you know it? The first time ever. Well, let me do this. So now copy it, Control C. So now the link is copied. Okay, the link is now copied. And then file load from cloud. And there it is. You see how it ends in 44A in the browser or the tab. And there it is, 44A. Now you just load it. And it loaded on my other monitor. Okay. Now, if all fails, okay, if all fails, I think I've saved it. The large cap gainers from the open, share it. If all fails, okay, here it is. You really believe he'll wait 3 to 5 years, Shady? I mean, obviously it depends on, what happens, but I can't believe he'll wait 3 to 5 years. I mean, he may say that, but yeah, look at Meta now, guys. Well, it's really breaking down below 100. Well, let's just for fun. I mean, where could there be some support? I mean, this is unbelievable, but let's take a look at, say, a weekly chart. I'll just back this daily out and see what we see. Oh my goodness. Where am I going back? So I'll have to put a monthly chart up. Guys, we've got to go back to October of 2015 before we start seeing these lows again. Wow. 7 years ago. That is one big wow, guys. The next big area of support could be 79. If you look at this monthly chart, a lot of action right around 79. Maybe that'd hold it. Wow. What's the deal with Meta anyways? What do you mean by that exactly, Paul? I mean, it's an earnings play. I'm sure you know it's an earnings play, but so Apple, are they this afternoon after hours? Apple, I think they're after hours, aren't they? October 27 post market. So that'll be a really interesting one also. Now these guys never ever release. They usually release at 4:30. Most of these companies release just after 4, but Apple, being Apple, decides to not release until 4:30. And Amazon? Yeah, Poe. You didn't know that it was earnings? Yeah. And somebody said Amazon also? Yeah, you're right. So the two big ones are only two big ones left, I guess, Apple and Amazon. So this afternoon, after the market closes. So the bets are being placed. I mean, look at Amazon. Oh, brother. Well, guys, what are we going to do? I know what I'm going to do. Yeah, you know what? I was going to put myself on mute, but I might as well just wait it out until 3:30 when Chris takes over in our YouTube room. All right, give me one moment though, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, as we sort of wrap this up, I've got another 17 minutes, maybe less. I usually shut the room down at 3:25 and then get prepared for Chris taking over at 3:30 in the YouTube room. Any questions? Any last minute questions you may have before I leave? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to abandon my docs. This just keeps giving and giving this OII. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in. You know, you can head over and listen to Chris until 4:30. He's not in the YouTube room yet. He'll be there probably in about 10 minutes. No ride today. It's not the coolness. We're finally getting our weather and our rain. So nothing till next April, probably for writing for a while anyway. Intel's after hours too, INTC. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, big three then, Apple, Intel, and Amazon. Not me. I'm a fair weather. If there's even a little wind, I won't ride, even if it's a million degrees out. I won't ride. Yeah, I mean, if I had any, I've never, I think I've only held one short overnight in my life. I can't even remember when it was or what it was, but I mean, this Meta. So a little bit of a pop. See if it takes out 97 again. No, it's getting above the high of that candle. So this is definitely having a bit of a bounce here, guys, for Meta for a while anyway. What's the high right there? 97.67. How do you get Michael Nostad? Well, okay, you can MNAUSS at trade-ideas.com. Okay. And if you tell them exactly what you're looking for, volume, like it has to be exact. It can't be, something pretty general. I'd like a scan that does something like this. It has to be very exact. But you can start the dialogue. Where was that question? Where did it come in? Sorry. Well thinker. No, who asked that question? I can't see her. Oh, there it is. Real. I'm sorry. Real. Yeah. So just engage with him and say, this is what I'm looking for. Well, you know the drill. Exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. And you can, ask him. Okay. I don't get into it at all. Okay. So you can start off and he knows you. I know he knows you. I know you know him. So you can start off and saying exactly what you're looking for and see what he does, see what he can do. Okay. Okay. Just go ahead and ask him. All right, guys. Okay, I think I'm going to wrap this up right now. So yeah, real, just send him an email, okay? And you'll start a back and forth. You know, you can tell him exactly what you're looking for, and he'll see what he can do. Okay, I just don't want to get in the middle of it. You know, you might tell me something, I have to email him, not email him, but you know what I mean. And then he's going to come back to me and say, well, yeah, but what about this? You guys, you know, just talk among between the two of you, and you should be able to hammer something out. Well, this is having a pretty good bounce here, guys, for Meta. All right. Well, I'm going to shut the room down now. Not YouTube. You guys on YouTube, you stay where you are. You're talking about Meta? Oh yeah. No, I mean Meta, it's a disaster. I mean, what? Well, I've got a monthly chart up here. You know, 383 down to 98 about 13 months ago. All right, guys, I'm going to shut the room down now. Thank you for all of the help today. Room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye bye. And of course, YouTube, just stay where you are. It's sort of interesting that this is probably one of the biggest green candles of the day for Meta. There was this one, but this is a pretty big one. People trying to bottom fish, I guess, cannot not believing that Meta can be under 100. I want to see if this Facebook can get back down to the lows just out of curiosity, because this is some pretty big volume came in. You can see the volume increase. Sorry, Meta. It'll take me forever to call this thing Meta. If it breaks down through 98, I may even take a little short of this thing if it breaks down through 98, just for fun. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Mr. Varley to show up. Just watching this action on Facebook or Meta. Interesting. Went into the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, and that kind of stalled it for a bit. Looks like it wants to keep moving higher here for a while anyway. Chris is a little bit later than he normally is. Normally he's here around 3:25, 26. So I must be tied up. And there he is. Bye. How rude would that be of me? Bye.
No, listen, I would if I were you doing this every day.
Yeah. No, I'd never do that to you, Chris. Okay, my friend. Just kind of watching Facebook Meta to see if it takes out 98 again. I may even try a little scalp short at the end if it does. But
What a disaster!
what
Huh?
a oh my gosh! I mean, 382 about a year ago. Unbelievable.
Yeah, just hard to believe. And I had someone, I don't know, it was a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, saying, oh, look how beaten up it is, and must be a buy at this point. And I said, what's to stop it from going down? I mean,
Yeah.
I just, the trend is your friend as always. So.
Yeah. So all eyes on Apple, of course, at about 4:30. I
Oh
think
wow,
that's when
yeah.
they release, and then Amazon also. So and Intel. So big three: Apple, Amazon, and Intel after hours today.
That's going to be huge without any question. Going to
Oh
be
yeah.
huge. So,
Yeah.
well, I won't keep you, sir. I'll let you
Okay.
get
Thank
to
you,
the
Chris.
rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow.
You will. Okay. Bye
All
bye.
right. Adios, Barry. So, all right, everybody. Barry makes his way out. I'll make my way in. And all right, we got a couple of fady days here in the overall market. I mean, obviously, Meta is having a huge impact on all of that with what went on here today. And if I hadn't said it before, I will say it again. The trend is your friend until it's not, right? What is to stop this from continuing that trend? Sure, there'll be some bounces, right? There are plenty of bounces on this move down here. Look, a bounce and a bounce and a bounce and a bounce and a bounce. But, there's never strength. There's never conviction behind those bounces. So anyways, this is why I don't like stocks and downtrends. It's not to say that can't be value plays. Things get oversold and you can't play for a bounce or anything like that. But you better have a really solid risk management plan doing something like that. Because imagine taking a swing here and you get this move up and you think, I'm all right. And it comes back down and it never gets your entry level even. You're still sitting up good and I'm going to ride into earnings. Now imagine having held that. Could you imagine that? And well, on a dollar wise like this, I've never done that, but percent wise, I've probably done something pretty close, to be honest. I've taken some really, really, really bad bag holding situations at the beginning of my trading that, almost cost me everything. And again, what I learned from that was don't buy stocks in downtrends. Don't buy stocks when you don't have an exit strategy, or you don't have an exit strategy you plan to stick to. So anyways, disaster du jour. I don't know. Will they bounce tomorrow? I have no idea. There's no way to know. Nobody knows that. And anybody that does know it, they're not sharing that with you or me. I'll tell you that right now. So that's that. The rest of the market, fading out a bit. So we had a nice run here for a couple of weeks. We're coming and trying to defend that 380 level. We'll see what happens. Much like this move that happened here that kind of shocked me. I was shocked at how big this last move was here. I really thought maybe we'd see into 380 and then we'd struggle a little bit. No, we blasted right through 380, but we come back to test it again. So again, no way to really know. There's a ton of data coming out. You had GDP today. You've got the big hitters, as Barry alluded to, still coming up with Apple and Amazon and Intel. You've got Amazon and Microsoft, obviously Meta behind us now. There's other big hitters that'll be coming along, but not quite as big as those ones. And then we got a Fed decision that we have to contend with next week, right? I believe next week, right? Let me look at the Fed calendar. So let's see. Where is it? Calendar. Bring this over real quick. And I got to jump to the next month. So yeah, FOMC meeting on Wednesday. That'll, of course, be another big one. And we'll see what that means for the finance world. As I've said many times, and I'm copying Matthew Verdau on this, but we are technicians that live in a fundamental world, right? Fed is as big of a role player in that fundamental world as possible. I won't pretend to be as smart as most anybody else, but what I can tell you and what I think you should be able to observe is that as soon as free money ended, so did the party in the stock market. I will say, I don't think this is nearly as bad as it could have been. I really don't think this is that wild of a sell-off, to be honest, for a bear market. And all these people talking soft landing. I don't know. Feels like a soft landing to me. I think I could have been a lot better timed with some of my swing trading over the last couple of months and done some swing trading. I haven't. Only recently I put on some positions early in this week. I've closed some out. I'm still looking to do some longer term stuff. I'm just not there yet. I'm not convinced. So anyways, you folks are all just listening to me drone on. Fire questions away for me if you like. That's what I am here for after all. I can go over all the same usual suspects. We can take a tour around my top 10 and some other race info. Of course, we look at the other indexes. The Qs obviously got wrecked today, at least early on. They bounced back. They came positive, and then they rolled back over again. So, well, maybe they didn't go positive. I thought they did. Where'd this close yesterday? Close was 27793. 27793, high 27799. Yeah, so we did go slightly positive. I was right. Okay. I knew it wasn't by much, but hard to tell just eyeballing that, this topping shadow versus that there. Anyway, so yeah, Qs went positive for a moment, but back underneath. And again, this line is a big deal, obviously. Big deal here, big deal here, remains a big deal here. So 280. Go figure. Round number, whole number. IWM looks much healthier than the Qs. Looks more close to the SPY, actually. Let's see. So for those of you Dow theory fans, confirmation used to be done with the transports and the indexes. Not quite done like that anymore. Not to say it can't be. They talk about small caps versus the overall market and looking for confirmation there. And these two are pretty much trading in lockstep with each other. You know, obviously the SPY a touch stronger, but they're in lockstep regardless of the strength here. And, you know, for you Dow fans, you Dow theory fans, that's kind of confirmation of the trend right now still. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, look at this. You can't help but notice this. This is already hooked down. This has not yet. So do we have a break in trend confirmation? Maybe. I don't know. But, you know, those are the things I'm going to look at. That's for sure. Still technically positive on the day. Now that's wild. Down from the open, up from the close. And again, anybody with questions, please let me know. Sorry, just getting a screenshot over to Andy. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I guess with that said, I'll roll over into the top 10 here. We'll start with the last winner, FNGR. This is a stock I like to steer clear of because it beat me up so bad a couple of weeks ago here. I don't know how long ago. It was, I believe it was on this day it got me. I took a shot on it on this 9 break, I believe it was, and I had a rug pull real bad and stopped me out full stop, and I took a real full position on that. I didn't like that very much. And anyways, this thing, it's very spready and it just whips all over the place. I mean, look at this thing, you know, it's all the way up here at 688, down here to 650, just like that. And that's not even that good of a move. I've seen way worse. So just knowing your stocks and the personalities that they can have. So, you know, here's maybe this a little better. Yeah, here we go. 742 down to 635. $1 drop in 15 minutes. You know, I'm not crazy about doing things like that. Yes, Greg, as a matter of fact, it did. It did. CYH, I've seen this thing on races all day. I guess it just started taking over the winner's circle here. Not bad. I mean, all things considered. 21% from the open, up 26% from the close. So we get this early move up. I guess like a lot of the market did, no? And gave it back. And then again, you get it here. Another pullback before it finally kind of catches some balance here. So not shabby. Not great, but this has not been an easy day. This has been an awful day, to be honest. Just back to that sloppy, choppy grind. This one here, I took a loss on today. That was fun. I grabbed it on this candle here, thinking we're going to break. And yeah, we broke, but just back down this way. Got stopped out when we crossed back under 2, because I wasn't going to hang around long. And then it shot back up over and, continued to do this. So a lot of tomfoolery on that stock. I have 4 million on the float. So that's why, especially on things like this, it's up 100% and I'm getting into it. You're going to have a real tight stop on that. I'm not going to give it a lot of leeway. So anywho, that was that. AGFS. I think this is a buyout, is what Barry said. So, just unfortunate. It's going to win a bunch of races. It is what it is. Oceaneering, not too shabby off the open here, especially after it made this 13 break. Really nice move. Fade for the rest of the day, but overall stronger than the market was. If we look at, as a comparison here, and I talk often about how much stocks trade in tandem to the market, this was much more difficult here. This had a nice rise. Now this begins to fade the rest of the day like the market. So eventually it did get a hand on it, but there's definitely a tradable move. I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute candles there. So definitely a tradable move that happened there. I did not trade it, but it was there. Supernova. Sunnova. Close enough. This is really, I don't know. This one's really tough here. It made a nice move off this break again here, but just so whippy. It goes back to like what I was talking about with FNGR. When you've got stocks making big moves like that, it's hard because you don't want to take a quote unquote full share size in that, because you get flushed so fast. I mean, we're talking a move from 1830, all the way down to 1746, give or take. So almost $1 move in that 15-minute candle. Definitely a trade to be had there, but again, kind of a microcosm of what today was. Same thing here. You get this big gap up. You don't want to chase that, but it pulls way back, almost fills the gap, just shy of filling that gap. And ends up with a couple okay moves up here. I like that better than Nova, that's for sure. Plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume. Keep the list moving. Whoops, sorry, saw Jeremy just put on. So RILY at like 130. If you'd have gotten involved, how would it have been? And personally, because 9 EMA was too far for my risk. So let's take a look. RILY. I'm guessing it stands for Riley. Hey, I'm good like that. Saw it at 130. So I guess you're thinking on the short side of this. Looking at it at 130, I mean, putting on the short hat here, you're looking breaking that whole number of 44. That was a big deal. Look at that. Look how big that number was, 44, going all the way back here. That wasn't a great line. Hold on, let me do it like this. Now watch that superimpose across here. Someday. Look how big that line was, right? 44 was huge. So that's why I like support and resistance so much and play it out from either side. So, I mean, when it finally got that, what a release you got from there. I'm using 8 EMA. I don't think it was very far from the 8 EMA. Not on a 15-minute chart. Never got away from it on a 5-minute chart either. Well, this 20 SMA was way off of. But that's, that's a real slow reactor compared to this. So that's the kind of thing I would be looking for, especially whole number breaks on the short side. And I mean, if nothing else, too, look, this was a big deal, this number, all through this. If it broke that, where was its next logical place to go? Looking left, all the way where it went to, right? So I'm not saying that I would have done this. I could have done that. And even if I had entered it, that I would have wrote it to here. I mean, that's a really substantial move. But just to illustrate how powerful support and resistance can be, not always is. Yeah, you got it, Jeremy. All right, glad you found that helpful. This is, and like I said, I say over and over again, if you're not sure where support or resistance is, because I just make this stuff up. I'm no different than anybody else. I don't have any special anything. I'm special, I guess. I don't know. I've been told I'm special a few times. I think they were alluding to something else. But with that said, just draw a line. Draw a line, anywhere. Start with any line that you may think has some kind of significance. And then look and see how much price is gravitating towards that line. If you draw a line somewhere and you don't really feel like price is messing around at that line, I could draw 30 lines on this probably and say, give a significant reason for any one of those. You got a support and resistance. That's a whole number. That's a big deal to me. Could I draw a line up here? Sure. Why not? We can see here, and see here, it was significant all through here as well. And that would show on this side that we came up, we tagged that line, and we got rejected off of that line, right? And where was the next logical line to go down? That 44 level off of 48. So it's this kind of, making it, this kind of worked out nicely with this example. I could throw a line at 50. I'll bet we'll see some action at 50. Nah, 50 isn't as nice looking. 50 isn't as nice looking. Not at all. I mean, yeah, there's some price action around 50, but you got to really really comes down a few times here. Really gets over it up to 60 here. So, I mean, 50 is going to be a whole number that mattered, but I think that 48 and that 44 number loom much bigger than $50 does for the stock, to be honest. Now that's past, never know what the future will. Never know what the future will hold. 50 could be a different animal the next time it gets up to it. So, yeah, I like the moving averages for kind of a guiding hand, but I let support and resistance do my main talking for sure. But it's a puzzle. Everything that we do is a puzzle, but we get to decide which pieces to put in that puzzle too. So, this is something that maybe you find useful to add to your puzzle. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. All right. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, all right, what were we looking at? We looked at Supernova. We looked at NRBO. I think we looked at FD. Oh, FDMT. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Let me. This is really friendly. I was just pointing it out to Andy here. He asked me something about some screenshots for races. This is what I'd call a friendly stock and how it did this, right? It didn't gap up bigly, and it gave you a lot of time to get into it here. It really set up nicely, good liquidity, plenty of volume, and just a nice, clean 15-minute chart. You got this one real quote unquote good size bottoming shadow there. Obviously, if it won 4 races, it was on more than 4 races. So, great move here. Great move here. Sorry I didn't catch that earlier. That was kind of foolish of me. SIL. I've seen this a bunch of times. Did it really move though? I guess a little bit through here. Consolidating now. I don't know. Big downtrend. But if you're like me, I don't believe EVs are going anywhere. This is not a comment on whether I like EVs or do not like EVs, if I think they're good or bad or right or wrong or any of that stuff like that. What I care about is making money. I'll keep my personal comments to, well, I'd keep it all up in my head mostly. But if you are a believer that EVs are here to stay and lithium batteries are a big part of that, you're going to want to, I'm looking at some of these kinds of stocks for some, buy it and never look at it again for the next 5 years kind of plays here. I don't know if I'll actually do that. I have no idea, but I'm looking. Now, SIL is not one that I'd be looking at, to be honest, but I just, see lithium, it pops into my head. We know how I feel about stocks and downtrends. Now, this could change in 3 weeks from now. We find a nice rounded bottom that happened here and we start building on this base and all of a sudden it's got some interest in it. I mean, there's, plenty of liquidity and volume on this on a regular basis. So anyways, that will lead me to my next one here. And it's not in the top 10 because QID is it's an inverse ETF. There's really not much to comment on because the Qs were down today, and that's what this is, ultra short to Qs. So it is what it is. But where that was leading to me before my comment on SLI, is LTHM. This is one I've been in and out of a whole bunch since probably here, as a matter of fact, somewhere back in October of 2020. I started trading this in and out of this a ton of times. I've never held it. But had I, taken that approach, set it and forget it, because I'm a believer, it would be sitting good in that sense. So this is one of those stocks that I'm taking a hard look at here for a longer term position still. It's not terribly far off its lifetime high of $36. It's got a pretty sizable short float on it here. Always has decent volume and liquidity. I like this right here. Look at this sell-off. Look at the declining volume in that sell-off. Right? So, well, let's see here. I'm going to sit on this one for a minute, but I kind of like this chart a lot. This level is everything. You see, I got a price alert there. Around this level is basically everything. Maybe even 32, really. So we're zoomed out so far. So I think something above 32 might spark my interest. Put a few shares in the retirement account and just kind of let it go. But just illustrating again, trend being your friend and all that stuff like that. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my friendly 20-day low here. How much I like this as an indicator of support and momentum, kind of all in one indicator here. So, we see right now, that's the 20-day low, and that looms big as, big significant item here for looking at. Made a really nice move up, pulled some back. I'm trying to build off of that again. So anyways, we'll see. It's got earnings coming up too, so I got to be careful with that. Just had a price alert go off. Sorry, wait. Yeah, I saw something come in. Tyler, can you share the races you made with Andy? I like Andy. I like Andy too. Andy's the reason I work here. Well, he's a big part of it anyways. So I just shared a screenshot of this race here, but I'll share that race out with you. He just needed some content was all. But yeah, I'm always happy to share that race. Relative strength from the open, share, copy, okay, and paste. There we go. So there's that race. And if you're curious as what that race actually does, let's duplicate it. Bring it over. And then we can go into the configure. And so what I've done here is I've told it to look for stocks between $100 and $2. And the only difference between this scan here and this scan here is this has a $30 max on it, where this has a $100 max. But this is what I've shared out with you because I like to give people a broader look, and then they can decide if they want to narrow it down from there. You know, you can just head into the configure and change that. Trade at least 250,000 shares on the day. I like it 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. I do not use Bollinger Bands in my trading. I just happen to like it for this scan to try to find momentum. It's worked well. I've left it. I do not use Bollinger Bands on my charts. I do not use Bollinger Bands in any other way, shape, matter, or form. And I stuck this 5-minute volume in there like that, just to make sure it's trading a few shares every few minutes. I don't want to see something that's sitting for 20 or 30 minutes without trading. That's not what I want. I want to know that there's some activity going on. It doesn't have to be wild activity. I just want activity though. So that's what the scan looks for. Once it finds those stocks, it sorts them on a change from open percent. So the ones that meet that scan the best and are up the most from the open, that's where they head. It's to the top of the list. Once they're on the list, they get populated over to here into the race in the setup. The top 10 stocks are your race lane. So the top 10 is right here. You can change that number, of course. You want 5, you want 20. Let you decide that. 3-minute races is what I go on. I like 3-minute races because that means there's 5 races per 15-minute bar. I race them on a change from open. So essentially, and change from open with a delta value. So essentially, once those top 10 stocks are up in here, they all start evenly again. And whatever's moving the most from the open when the race starts, not what has moved, but what is moving now, is the one that'll be leading the race. And that's it. And I set up to auto rerun, obviously, right there. That's the magic of the races. Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Tyler. Good to know. Good to know. I always wonder because, I see the numbers up here. Like right now, I know there's 39 people, but it's generally a lot of the same people that are interacting. But I appreciate the audience, and I'm just hopeful that whatever I'm doing here translate to you folks making money, because that's what I really care about. If you folks aren't making money, it doesn't bode well for us as a company here. All right, get rid of that race that's there, and that's. All right, that's that in a nutshell here. Market just closed about 40 seconds ago. Week close. Darn it. Forgot to change the symbol linking on this. Save or share to cloud. Save. Okay, so that's my liked list that's there. Yeah, so market closed pretty weak. I bring over this. This was your large caps, what they did here on the close. So new lows really spiked, new highs stayed flat. Your small caps don't really look much different. Very, very similar. So, make of that what you will. SPY didn't roll over. I think we can make a case for bear and bulls right now. Your bear cases, you got this. I don't even know if to call it an inverted hammer or not. Not a shooting star either. Maybe a shooting star, it's got to be up here. It would have to be up above this. Oh yeah, Amazon. Let's bring up my my earnings, right? No, that's not what I want. Earnings. Here, I'll share this out just in case as well. Anybody doesn't have it, they're welcome to it, of course. Earnings. Share. So all this is going to look at is stocks that reported this morning or that are going to report this afternoon. Rarely does a stock report during the day. I mean, there's probably, a few hundred stocks that actually do that. But when you think about it on a percent basis, thousands of stocks out there. not that many. But so that's what this is looking at, stocks that reported before or after hours, and are and it's sorted by market cap here. So you got your 2 trillion Apple and report. I think Apple reports at 4:30, right? If I'm not mistaken. There's Amazon. The Zon. Whoa, I guess they reported. That ain't looking too good. Whoosh. Adios. So let's see. I don't have anything open for news broker wise. I guess I can run. I'll open the broker. Hold on. So. All right, so I'm going to load a broker here and just see, just for fun, what they got going on. All right, there we go. So while that loads up, I'll pull, and I can pull up the pull up any news that goes with it, and just see how this all goes. See if Apple's moving prior to earnings. Now, see, I thought Apple released at 4:30, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, but their lousy quarter, I think a lot of companies would kill for, right? So, anyways, with that said, what do we got? All right. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, messaging back and forth with peoples. All right, so Apple. So, I mean, this is the only thing I saw Apple right now from Benzinga. Reduce iPhone 14. But I think everybody knew that like a day or two ago, no? If I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, let's see. What has Amazon got? So Amazon EPS by 0.7, it beats 0.07 revenues. Wow, missed by 370 million, so they missed big time. Beat on the top, lost on the bottom. So all right, well, that's that. Operating income, that's nonsense. Nobody cares. AWS segment sales increased 27% year over year. That's interesting. Free cash flow decreased to an outflow. That's interesting. And last but not least, international segment sales decreased 5% year over year. Interesting. All right. So, anyways, that's your Zon shot right there. We'll sit and hold our breaths for Apple. Did Intel report yet? Maybe. Ooh, there's pins. Well, someone likes something there. Damn. it is right there. Deep green. Let's see what the news says on pins here. Quarter results. Whole lot of jargon. All right. Users flat year over year. Imagine having a position in this. You close at 22, drop down to 20, ride up over 26, back at 24. That's just wild stuff, man. No thanks. All right, what else? Merck reported this morning. This stock hasn't gone anywhere in a long time, or am I crazy? Right? This is the one that looks... No. Yeah. This one just... Not that it hasn't gone anywhere, but look at this. Strange. Anywho, that's that. Have they reported? Because I thought they reported at 4:30. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. Yeah, they haven't reported yet. 4:30. Soon, soon, soon. Okie dokie. Take a look at my evening list, unless someone else has got something to throw out there for now while we're hanging around. I suspect it's going to be a little bit dried up as compared to the last few times we looked at this. Look at Shop. This is a wild stock right here. Wasn't this thing like $1,500 or something at some point? They must have reversed. They must have done a, not a reverse split, a stock split. No, I could have sworn Shopify was at like 1,500 or something like that at one point. Anywho, down 76% since January. That's fun. This is up huge from earnings from yesterday. GVA. I had earnings this morning. Okay. So the street obviously like that. Yeah, not seen anything I really like so far to throw on my liked list. Interesting. This won a race or two. Or at least it was on the races. I don't know if it won actually. So I find this interesting, you know, this big long downtrend, right? What you base here, now you're basing here. Good size float. Short float isn't big, but it has a short growth to it too. So yeah, they reported. Yeah, I didn't know they did until I clicked on it a minute ago. Starting to give it up now, though, a little bit. Watch watching the time and sales, not anything wild happening here, but 20-cent spread there in the Z Post market. Here's another interesting one. Too bad. Pharmaceuticals. But again, got this bottom here, came down, didn't even quite test down there. Close, but no cigar. And it's got this nice rounded look. And this almost bird in the hand look, as Steve would call it. Interesting. So it's doing 2 3/4 what it's normally doing for volume. And traded 2.2 million shares. Sizable short float, sizable short growth. Big float. Wow, it's a really big float. I didn't realize that. Huh. I kind of like this chart, though. Perspective is everything. Zoom in and it's like, well, look how much it's up the last few days. But zoom out and it doesn't look like it's up quite the same. I'm going to put that on my liked list. Coal mining. That's an interesting line if it breaks that downtrend. I don't know if you really call it a descending triangle. You need a steeper angle down here. At least I'd rather see one to call it that. That's interesting. Not far off its lifetime high. Nothing wild on a short float. A little bit of a short float. There's your lifetime high. Not a big float either. 50 million in the float. I kind of like that, actually. Oh, look at that. It's already on my liked list. Ain't that something? Already there. Didn't even realize it. This is just going to be a is that a warrant or no? The W at the end. Consumer lending is what they classify it as. All right. It's pawn shops. I don't think that's ever good when pawn shops are performing well for the economy, right? That's a heck of a setup right there, though. Lifetime high of 24. Where does that go back to? And again, folks are just listening to me drone on here, but throw some questions at me if you got them, or if there's some kind of dialogue you want to open up here. So $10 is massive. Not a dynamic stock, really. Kind of. The futures could limit down. The ETFs will not. The futures can lock, though. Yeah, I mean, it just rocked the entire market. You're right, Teddy. Tim Apple better do something. Bring up that SPY chart. It's a pretty sizable move. We closed up here around 380, I think, right? Yeah, almost 380 on the nose we closed, and down 5 points after that. Yeah, that's a big deal. Well, you're going to need the Fed to come in and rescue the market next week. Do you think they'll do it? Do you think they'll pivot to some dovish language after today's GDP report? Just was looking something up the other day, and this is the fastest money supply has contracted, I believe, in history this last couple of months. So, they're accomplishing what they want to do there. It'll be a lagging effect to inflation. And just because that happens, it doesn't mean prices are coming down. It just means they'll stop going up. They have not stopped going up yet. Cake. Oh, I want Cheesecake Factory cake now. I mean, the stuff is terrible for you, but it tastes so good. I can't. I'm supposed to be on a diet. Look at this, though, right? Up above that 34 level, I kind of want to be an owner of it. All right, is it 34 or 35? Where do I want to be an owner? Where do I want to be an owner of Cheesecake Factory? 35. Let them eat cake.
ASX.
I'll put that on here. If it gets through that, 39 isn't out of the realm of possibility here. So, all right, there's that. Let's go back to the earnings. So Apple, some movement here in the post market, but it's still, they haven't reported yet. We've got 11 minutes before they report still, or 10 minutes and change. You just got nonsense headlines here. Here's a headline. Dow rises, NASDAQ falls as tech earnings continue, blah, 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 blah. Boy, I really like that cake chart, though, I gotta say. Glop. Now, I saw this earlier. This was on a race today, I think. Was it on a race? No, it's on my like list. Okay. I saw this, and I saw it here. Hindsight trading. I should have set a price alert. What a move, right? Think it, what it took to bring that down like that and then bring it back up. That's strength right there. Way off a lifetime high, though. No short float, but some short growth. Curious where that lifetime high is. Whoa, you gotta hit the Wayback Machine, man. Like the super Wayback Machine. That's quite call it a gap, I guess. Stock doesn't really go anywhere for such a small float. I mean, it's not overly small, obviously 36 million in the float, but it's not large either. Talked about a few shippers the other day. I think this has got to be shipping, right? Yeah, deep sea freight. Guessing it's going to be shipping energy. Yeah, liquefied natural gas. Maybe we talked about this the other day. We must have. I feel like I'm having deja vu. Chef put it on the menu. SPY looks like it wants to go up 375 now. It was just below. It was like down here at like 311 or so, 375.11 a second ago. We'll see. Those whole numbers, man. We're a funny species with those things. Pins has come back down off the highs still, but holding this area actually kind of nice. So I don't know. We'll see on pins. Pins and needles, needles and pins. A man who grins is a man who wins. How many people get that reference? Nah, care for that. I mean, yeah, it's got this nice turnaround that's happened here, but now I'd want to see it do this above 25, and then we could talk about getting it. I mean, if it can do that, then $30 is not out of the range, but I needed to do some work for me first. Got to work to get on my list. GPS, same thing. Got to do some work. 10, isn't this? Those with airplane parts, I guess not. Automotive segment. Highway, tuning vehicle, commercial vehicles. All right, yeah. Does this like get bought out and then not get bought out and then get bought out again? Class A voting. Now I was trying to look if I could find something about TEN here, but no. Strange. Phosphate fertilizer. Gonna be a no for me, dog. STAG. Stag Industrials. No, don't like you. Ford. You know, it's funny. I really liked Ford in here when I saw that somewhere in here. I didn't take it. Then that happened. And I was getting ready to take it here. And I didn't take it again. Obviously did that. Gotta wonder though. Has Ford paid the price? Are they ready to recover again? Maybe. Certainly gonna keep an eye on that one. You know what, Ford? I want to put you on my like list. I want to keep an eye on you. I want to keep you close. This is Steve Madden. I don't think there's anything here. It's a freaking shoe company. I'm sure their shoes are lovely, but I'm going to pass on their stock. High yield bond, no. No more bonds. More bonds. I'm seeing a trend here. I don't know what this is. It's probably going to be more nonsense. Yep. Man, this is a chart that came undone. Undone. Yeah, also going to be a no for me, dog. And that's another weird chart, and I suspect this will be the same thing. Yeah. So, all right, that kind of rounds out that list. Not a whole lot there. Still waiting on Apple here. Got another 3 minutes and change. I'll stick around for an Apple reaction. And then I'll make my way out for the day here. So if anybody's got anything in the meantime. So Dino says Intel's only one up. Let's find Intel. There's Intel. So, all right, Intel. Bottom shadow all the way to 25, topping all the way up to 2870, give or take, 2865, something like that. I mean, Intel, talk about an awful looking chart. Let's throw up a monthly chart just so we can find some support. We go all the way back to 2014 to find support. I mean, that's just wild. I mean, like, it's got to be due for a bounce. Look how many months in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this will be, I guess this month will be a doji, right? Looking to be a doji. We've only got a couple days left. I can't imagine it's going to do anything wild in the next couple days. Maybe, who knows? It comes up to 29. That becomes a, I don't know, it's a hammer candle, attack. We'll call it attack candle. 1, 2, 3, 4 months in a row down. And even this was not exactly an up month here, to say the least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a 7th month in a row down. And wow, nearly 7 in a row. 6 out of 7, whatever we want to call it, I guess. I mean, I'm not an earnings person, generally speaking, but I just feel like I gotta watch this. All eyes on Apple, right? The Tupac album, All Eyes on Me. I'm rooting for you, Tim Apple. Prop that market up. All right, we're inside 45 seconds now. That's that. Nothing else for me to really comment on. I kind of went through it today. I mean, literally everything. Apple's literally everything right now. Mickey D's reported, so they were up on the day. Long obesity. Caterpillar looked good today. A lot of big names. Honeywell. And we've got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bingo. And there it goes. Off to the races. Oh my goodness, look at this. So, all right, I'll hang around here for a minute and watch this kind of price action here with you folks. And let's bring this over. Let's bring over a SPY chart. You can see how it broke 375, breaking 374 right now. Trying to bounce again. Let's even do this. Let's put them both on post market. This damn topping shadows, bad prints, so annoying. All right, there we go. That's better. So, all right, looks like the street does not like it initially here in the first minute and a half. That's breaking some big areas. 134.50 does not seem out of the realm of possibility here. What a fight going on here. Well, as the saying goes, nothing lasts forever, and you got all these tech giants for so long dominating everything. Got to wonder when they're going to have to pay their dues. A lot of green on this up here anyways. Pretty even mixed bag here. Do it like this. Just curious. Yeah. Well, we can green more. Definitely a greener look overall. So bouncing back up that 138 level. All right, so I guess that's a wrap with you folks today. See, today being Friday Junior. Bear market, folks. In case anybody forgot, we are in a bear market. We just well reminded of that right now this week. That's not to say we won't bounce or good things can't happen or anything like that, but the path of least resistance is down and we're just not going to jump straight up. That's not going to happen. And with the SPY chart up here for now. No, it's a good bounce so far off of here. We'll see if it can continue. That seems like a very big level to hold. That 375 level, it looks like. Holds that. Could be a good jumping point on the next round up. Breaks that. Could be a good diving point for the next leg down. I think that's kind of your line in the sand, or at least it's mine anyways. So that's that. So, okay, again, today, Friday Junior. We do it for real tomorrow on Friday. We'll do a rundown of the sectors, see what they look like. As per usual, Barry will have this open around 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Andy will take over for an hour at noon Eastern. Barry back at 1 and me back at 3:30. As per usual, I thank you folks very kindly for all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. Hopefully you guys are getting something out of this. Some good information I think is generally shared here between all parties. And hopefully taking that information, turn it into some dollar signs, because that's what we're really here for, right? Again, I thank you all, and I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your weekend, wherever you are on the spinning globe called Earth. Take care, folks. Adios.